Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing out there today? Hopefully you are doing well. All is good. It's good to see you. We're back at it again, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated, guys, as well. Quick little plug. I did upload a video today, as usual. Check it out. It's the pinned comment in both chats, guys, on YouTube and on Twitch. There's a link there if you want to check it out. Whenever you feel like doing so, it would be very much appreciated. Well, let me know what you think in the comment section as well. I do have a video going up tomorrow as well for Aether. And hopefully, if we get time today, we're going to squeeze in some PGR and a bit of that Aether actually. That's the plan anyway, because, damn, we were looking at some of the progression of the gameplay, some of the upcoming characters, and oh my god, they're insane. Absolutely insane. The animation progression and just combat progression in general, it's fire. Absolutely fire. What's going on, Nico? Welcome to the stream. Jamie, how's it going? It's good to see you. Hi, hello, hi. So yeah, I didn't get around to doing an evening stream yesterday. I've been trying to sort out my passport and my days. A joke, I'll tell you that. Absolute joke. So I went because I couldn't find my old passport. It's like it's ran out anyway. I couldn't find my old passport, so I was like, right, fuck it. I'll just apply for my new passport and put it down as lost. And then I found my passport, you know, but they want a counter signature. So I got somebody to be a counter signature. Not good enough. And now they won't accept doctor signatures. Like they want like a police officer, a nurse, a dentist, a doctor. So I'm gonna try and go with my dentist to see if I can sort that out. But it's just absolute pain in the arse. But they tell you that after they take your money, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, we need a signature from you. So couldn't you tell me that before I paid? So in the minute, like my passport's on hold. It's just a pain in the ass. So hopefully we can get that sorted this week, or if not next week. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to pay the dentist to do it if they will do it. Anyway, hopefully they will. So that's been an absolute pain. So that's why I didn't get on yesterday. I was planning to get on last night and play some Nikkei and Starseed. I won't be live this evening though, because Man United are playing. But I will be on tomorrow. So tomorrow the plan is Zenless on seeing I'm in the daytime, guys. We want to catch up. I want to get onto the new content. I want to try out the tower, all that good stuff. I do want to try and get Yanagi as well. So we're going to try and make that happen. And then in the evening, we're going to check out Nikkei and maybe try some Starseed Asnia, but we're definitely going to check out Nikkei. The first time playing it, well, tell a lie, I have played it on mobile for about 20 minutes. So I guess it's first time really in it, you know. And it'll be on PC as well, so I'm looking forward to it. People keep telling me story's fire, so hopefully it should be a good time. So we're going to do that tomorrow as well. And then over the weekend, we are probably going to bash some Wuthering Waves because finish off the podcast. I need to do Encore's companion quest as well before we, because I think we've got 6 days left before the weeklies. Is it? I can't remember. But anyway, we get a bonus for doing it, don't we? I can't remember if it's in the podcast or it's in the quest, not the quest, the guidebook. I can't remember anyway. We need to get that done. I think it's in the podcast. I think it's on the patch or the weekly, whatever it is anyway, but there's 6 days left on it, I think, so I need to do that before it runs out getting the bonus. I can't get my fucking words out, but anyway, we need to do that. I was going to do it yesterday, but we just didn't get around to it because I was yapping for too long. I've got a problem. I'm a serial yapper. I'm turning into a yapper, man. This is what it is, though. I'm good, Jamie, thank you for asking. It's good to see you. So yeah, we're going to check out a couple of videos. I haven't really got much to watch today, if I'm honest. And then we're going to jump into some PGR. Continue learning the game. Probably do some of the event today. Some of the stuff in the event. Maybe do some trials for the characters. Start learning stuff about the game. Basically, you know, getting our head around things so we can start to build our teams out to make better squads. That's the plan anyway. Because at the minute we've just been kind of going through the story and using Alpha really, Crimson Weave to solo everything pretty much. Alright. So we need to work on that. Hey Nico, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I wanted to watch a video from Psyche, rising the $20 skins. I was going to watch a video as well from Psyche, talking about how slightly wrong about Limbus Company. I wanted to check out the Chaos boss fight for PGR. I was going to have a look at this Yanagi episode, Rest of the World from Zenless Zone Zero as well. And then maybe have a look at some mods. Maybe watch a Santontas video as well. That's if you get round to it all anyway. Because I do want to spend a little bit of time playing some games today. I do have a video ready for tomorrow, so we can be a little bit easier, can't we? And then, like I say, yeah, tomorrow, Zenless and some Nikkei. I'm looking forward to starting Nikkei, actually. I'm kind of excited for it. Over the weekend as well, some Wuthering Waves, Aether, PGR, Zenless Zone Zero as well, if we can try and fit it all in. Next week, I am going to be playing some Tower Fantasy as well. I want to get back on Tower, start getting through some of the content on that game as well. We got a lot, man. We got Reverse 1999 coming up, Limbus Company coming up. We got so many freaking games at the minute. I just don't have time to play them all, but we're gonna fit them in. We're gonna fit them in. Let's go on a second. Oi, what's up? What's up? So yeah, do you know what? I just want to. Do. Oh no, a second. You guys can't even see this. I was watching a video. It popped up on my feed yesterday from more Kazahana, and does Kaza even play Wua? Like, he does a lot of videos glazing Wua, but does he even play? He was talking about watching a video from Saint Tontas talking about the tacit fields. And it's like he wasn't even sure what the tacit fields were, really, which I was like, not that I expect everybody to know every part of the game, but I just think somebody who's making videos big in the game up all the time would kind of know something like that, you know? I forgot about if you build your characters from. Yes, I do. I do use that, actually. I've used it for my memories. Was it the Grey Ravens? Is that the one? I've been using this one to do my memories. That's how I've got my memories for Crimson, Kamui, and Liv so far. But obviously, I haven't done anything else on it. I've just used them to get the memories right, really. Is that the one to go for? Was there a better one? What am I doing? We're going to watch some videos, and then we're going to jump into some video games. Oh, Jamie, have you completed Silent Hill now? Have you got it? Or is it only on PS5? I don't know. Today was Ishmael's release. Yes, I was lurking a little bit in Rexlent's stream earlier while I was at the gym. I saw him streaming. I didn't see any Ishmael gameplay though. So, any of these tunes? I think they're all just AI, man. I found this channel the other day and I was like, yeah, some bangers. Oh, is he? Oh, that sucks. You got her in 2 pools. Let's go. That's a lucky one. Is she fun? Alright, let's have a look at this video then, shall we? Drop this out the way. Just drag you guys over there. Alright, let's check it out. Let's check it out. In Discord. Gonna wait for the Xbox Next Gen release next year and just get it there. Oh, okay. Okay, fair. Yeah, man, I'm still curious of when is Wua coming to console? Or, well, PlayStation 5 at least. Seemed to have gone a bit quiet, don't they, on that? Not that there was, you know, singing from the rooftops about it, but it just felt like there was lots of information, then it just, boom, silence. Silence. Alright then, let's check out this video from Psyche, the rise of $20 skins. Damn, dude, they've been around for a while now, haven't they? You know, whatever you're thinking of, Call of Duty, Fortnite. If we're going into something like Valorant, a lot more than $20, that's for sure. But I'm assuming he's talking about gacha games here. But let's have a look at the rise of $20 skins. And from Psyche, guys, if you haven't checked him out, show some love. Go subscribe. Let's check the video out then, shall we?
This video is brought to you by LD Player. I capture a lot of my gameplay footage using a PC and an emulator. I never got used to gaming on a mobile.
I still haven't bothered downloading an emulator on this system yet. Like, if games are, like, there hasn't been a gacha game yet that's came out without a PC client and is only on emulator that's made me want to play it enough to download one at the moment. And I don't know why. I just got this thing that I just don't really want an emulator running on my PC at the minute. Call me crazy. It's, you know, I know there's not really issues to use them, but I don't know why, man. There's just this voice in the back of my head saying, don't do it.
Device, the display
Stupid,
feels
man.
small,
I don't know
controls are sluggish, and burns my hand like an oven after 10 minutes.
I'm
sure a lot of you also enjoy.
Yeah, man, I don't know how people play on mobile. Respect to all my mobile brothers and sisters. I don't know how you do it, especially action games, man. It's crazy.
I am watching content like this video on a big screen, and this is thanks to LD Player, a lightweight, free-to-use Android emulator that lets you play mobile games on your PC with a mouse and even a controller. What's more, did you know that certain games don't have dedicated PC clients and are not available on certain emulator platforms? Well, LD Player has a wide selection of games and some relevant footage for this video.
That's one good thing that's good about the Google Play beta client for PC. It's just it's not got very many games on there. Starseed Asney and Triggers on there actually though at the minute. So hopefully they start to get more games on there because I'll just use that if I'm honest because it's much easier because it obviously is connected to all your Google stuff as well. So yeah, man, hopefully that starts to get used a little bit more widespread now.
Is recorded from LD Player. With excellent performance and quality, you can expect a seamless gaming experience with simple control schemes and a feature-rich UI. You don't need to wait for some games to be ported over to PC. The future is now. Use my referral link in the description to try out LD Player for free, including an offer to install Sword of Convaleria, the last game I reviewed to be run on the emulator. Thank you again to LD Player for sponsoring.
I need to start Sword of Convaleria on PC because it's on Steam. I've played a little bit on mobile and I really actually kind of like it. It's like it's got that sort of Final Fantasy Tactics vibe to it with the way the combat is. It's actually a lot of fun actually. We're going to do a stream soon. We're actually going to do a stream soon for a Sword of Convaleria.
Bring this video and now let's begin. How much would you be willing to pay for a skin in a video game? $5,
Depends.
$10, $60?
I don't want to say. Well, what was the most expensive one I bought in Valorant now? I think I can't remember which set it was, but probably closer to around about £100. I know. That wasn't one skin though. That was like a set of skins, if that makes it any easier. You know? With a knife skin as well. And I have bought individual skins on Valorant that, like, you know, they easily, I can't remember now, it's been a while, sit around like 30 to 40 quid mark for some of them, don't they? So they're not cheap at all. So yeah, I've been willing to spend stupid amounts of money on skins, really. I haven't spent massive amounts in general, but I have bought some that I'm like, that is expensive to pay. And regularly, I would buy skins on Fortnite back in the day, but I blame chat for that because chat kept tipping me, telling me to buy the skins, so it was chat's fault. And how much are the Fortnite skins now? I don't even know. Like, I remember back then there were, you know, some of these skin bundles were like, what, 15, 20 quid or something like that? So yeah, I think, you know, if we're talking a gacha game, if I could have like a premium skin in, say, something like Wuthering Waves, it came with a full-on, top-tier, high-quality skin, with a weapon skin and some VFX for, like, I don't know, say my favourite character Jinsei or whatever, I would happily pay £20 for that, maybe even 25, and I probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at it in terms of, like, price, because I feel like that would be valuable for me in that regard, but then when I think about it, it's like, damn, man, you know, a game's 50 quid, you're paying, like, half the price of a game for a skin. When you think about it, it is kind of ridiculous, isn't it, really?
Well, today's discussion video will be something that I think a lot of players, not just in the gacha community, will find very debatable. $20 skins. Do you agree or disagree? Well, at first it does sound pretty absurd. No matter how much you add to a character, it's hard for someone to justify $20 for a purely cosmetic item. I mean, I don't know anyone that would be stupid enough to buy one of those. Absolutely ridiculous.
I always look at it, the way I look at it with video games is, and not everybody sees it this way, and I can understand the valuation. You can look at it and be like, well, a game used to cost this, and now you can spend 20 bucks, 20 quid, 30 quid on a skin, just for one skin, when the entirety of development of a game used to cost 40, 50 quid. But the way I look at video games is, it's like a time to cost ratio. If I get 100 hours out of a game, I don't mind if over that time that I've played it, I've spent 100 quid, because the way I look at it, I've spent an hour, a pound per hour, basically. Now, I'm not looking to spend 100 quid on most games, and I don't, you know what I mean? I can go plenty of games and dump hundreds of hours into them without spending money. But I look at it like, you know, if I went out on the weekend, say with Rosie, and we went and got some food and had some drinks, which, don't get me wrong, the memories make it worth it, but we went and had some food and had a few drinks, you're easily looking at anywhere between 60 to £100, depending on where you go, you know? And that's just for a few hours. Great memories, wouldn't take it back. But a video game, you know, you can play a free video game for hundreds of hours, and if I've spent 20 to 30 quid on that game, the way I look at it, man, that was a really good deal.
Well, in this video, I will explain the nuances of the historic rise of video game skin pricings, how the $20 price tag has become so prevalent in the industry, and maybe...
They're not really microtransactions anymore, are they, really, for the most part? They are like, you know, mega transactions, basically.
Just maybe, I may be able to change your mind on this subject matter.
Okay.
My name is Psyche, let's begin.
What, in the way of accepting it or not accepting it?
First, let's define a skin. What
so the
is
gates
a
are
skin?
Open now, aren't they?
Well, how
We're
I
never
define
going
a
back.
skin and the type I will be talking about are alternative appearances or outfits for an in-game character that changes nothing about their gameplay and is purely cosmetic.
Okay.
Now we've already run into a bit of a hiccup. Video game skins are purely cosmetic. Do you agree with this sentiment? Because some people don't. And this is
Well, it does depend. There are skins that give advantages in certain games, especially PvP games. You know, there's certain reticules on certain guns in games that have definitely give people advantages in the past. Sometimes they've give you a disadvantage. People have bought skins for certain guns and they've been that bulky on particular games that kind of make it harder for you to actually use them. I know, like, I don't know how long ago it was in Call of Duty. There was a skin that came out that actually had like a, I don't know how it worked. I don't know if it's like you could see through people through the smoke for a set period of time, or it's when you hit them, they showed up as like a heat signature through the smoke kind of thing. I think it was in the last Call of Duty. This has got, I ain't played COD for a while, actually. So, you know, those sort of things can be seen. Sometimes people would say like certain weapons that showed off the traces more could be considered. But definitely things like reticules and stuff. And sometimes skins can come with bugs that can give you an advantage, can't they? But for the most part, you know, if it's done well, it's purely just cosmetic. That's one thing Valorant made a big point of trying to do, that skins will never give you an advantage in terms of target acquisition, all that sort of stuff. There'll never be faster reload animations, which not every game's always stuck to that, have they?
It's already where it gets a little complicated. Now, I myself make content on gacha games. Gachas are obviously not the only video game genre that does skins, but there is one major distinction that is true most of the time. Gacha games are primarily single-player games. You can't see other players nearly as prominently as multiplayer titles like COD or Fortnite. In these games, yes, you will be able to see other players. You will be able to show off your shiny skins, whether you got them from a lucky draw or just wailed out the wild.
Last skin I bought in COD actually was the last COD, I think it was, yeah. I bought the Warhammer 40k skin because it just looked fucking awesome. And the weapon skin as well. I bought a character skin and a weapon skin, or like the bundle. I couldn't help myself, man. It just looked too freaking good. And I played the game for like a week and then stopped playing again. So more for me. But hey, it was worth it for that week, really.
Wazoo for it. This means what historically used to show off the achievements that each player has accomplished was reflected in...
What's up, Equinox? Only expensive skin I bought was Alpha Blackrock's Shooters Limited VFX skin, which is unobtainable now. Oh, really? Okay.
Skin that they used, like a cosmetic that unlocks whenever they get a certain amount of kills. Obviously, with the introduction of paid skins, this has changed a little. How a player shows off their cosmetics, especially when there's so many of them these days, muddies the water on how that player got that skin, which pollutes what skins stood for in the good old days. This is the main argument that skin...
You know what it was, wasn't it? It was considered, you know, if you saw somebody rocking a particular skin in whatever game, it was like, man, that dude has been on the grind, or he's hit a particular milestone, or he pulled off an insane game and he's unlocked that skin. Now when you see people, you're like, damn, that dude opened his wallet.
Skins are not just
much.
Cosmetics, and I can definitely see that as a valid reason. But it's only true for games of these types specifically. You can't see other players' profiles or characters in a gacha game. Despite being live service in nature, any skins you buy is exclusive for your eyes only. So in this instance, wouldn't the argument make more sense? Furthermore, gacha games have only started being popularized in the late 2010s, and historically most of them had always done paid skins. There was never the good old days where they were earnable. Allow me to play devil's advocate by saying that the purely cosmetic argument does make sense in some scenarios, but it is nuanced. When I go to explore how gacha games in particular handle cosmetic skins, maybe you'll see a different side of the coin. I don't want to encourage devs' predatory nature of locking the cooler and better quality outfits behind a paywall. But I just want to start the video by saying that as a content creator on gacha games, I believe how a video game skin is defined can be nuanced. I do agree with the purely cosmetic argument to a certain degree. Let's start by discussing how video game skins have evolved over the years. In one of my favorite content creators, Josh Strive Hayes' video,
Hey, let's go! Same here, man. Josh is one of my favorite content creators. Many a time I will sit and watch his worst MMO videos. I've watched pretty much, I think, all of them now. He's Josh Strive Hayes, he's Josh Strive Plays. I think he's got another channel as well. I haven't seen him stream for a while, actually. He hasn't made any new videos. I know he was moving. I don't know if, like, that's a whole thing that's going on at the minute. But yeah, dude, Josh, great content creator.
Went wrong with gaming, the idea is that instead of giving the full package of a game sold as a single purchase, a developer can now sell small cosmetic packages behind a microtransaction, and purposely making the base version of something inferior to incentivize buying the premium cosmetics. Absolutely, I agree with this sentiment. But I'm sure a lot of discussions surrounding video games as a medium is that games are now sold as a service. This means in the context of video games, skins alongside significant updates to the game are not planned out from the get-go. They're ideas thrown around and released periodically as more content comes out.
Yeah, probably for a large part of that content, but I definitely do think there is definitely a plan prior to launch of post-launch content, because that would just be wild if, like, that's how you fail as a live service, I think, really, is if you're just like, right, this is the game, let's just fly by the seat of our pants and we'll just come up with everything as we go. Now, that's not to say that stuff doesn't come to the game on a whim or on reaction to the community and stuff like that, but there is definitely, I would imagine, for 99.9% of live services, that there's a plan after. And I'm not saying he's not saying that, and I would imagine that comes down to content as well, skins, everything like that. You know, it is a thing, isn't it? The argument that it makes the base things look worse, potentially, yeah, potentially. Why would you make something look better than a potential paid version of the thing that you've got in the game? You're gonna want to incentivize people to pay for the thing, aren't you, by making it look cooler, sound cooler, have better visual effects, all that sort of stuff. And at the end of the day, as I said, I've said it before, when a game is free, to me, I really don't care the kind of microtransactions are in a game, unless it's a PvP game and it negatively affects the PvP, and whales can, like, just, you know, roll over people, basically. And two, when they actively will remove or create problems in a game to solve them by, you know, spending, which you could argue is in all gacha games, but not necessarily. It's not so much about being able to acquire mats if you pay, or better characters that can help you on content. It's more just that when a game is like, right, they've got content here and they artificially add something or take something away to try and push you into spending money. I don't like that, but pretty much everything else is fair game for me. You know, when people say, oh man, that look at this day one, look at the shop in this game. It's like, the game's free, man. What do you expect? Of course, there's going to be a lot of stuff in the game, in the shop, sorry. Now, if the game's a box price, then I definitely look at it very much differently. I still don't have an issue with post-launch cosmetics, microtransactions, whatever it might be. If the game's free, I'm kind of in that realm of, like, you know, as long as it doesn't break the game, have at it, man.
Of course, I'm absolutely not defending selling an incomplete or unfinished product. The core gameplay loop in the base version of the game has to be fun and functional in order for enough people to buy in and continue playing. I think some people today tend to look at the big dogs in the live service industry and look at all the needlessly convoluted skins that you can buy. In this cutthroat industry, you have to make a functional game that's fun and worthy of continuing playing at launch. If a developer messes up in any way, unless any mistakes can be corrected with appropriate timing, that game has very little chances of being successful. I believe this is a classic case of survivorship bias.
Okay.
Whenever I see the argument that skins are not just cosmetic, what usually gets pointed to are the massively popular titles. Of course, you would think that the skin packs from the Sims series, the bloated selection of skins from the COD series to be predatory and serve only to line the pockets of its publishers. But what you don't see are the thousands of low-effort shovelware games that get shut down instantly when they try to pull off the same thing, because you never hear about them. Now look, going into the gacha
competitive market, isn't it now? Like, you can't just launch a game and throw in a bunch of crap for people to buy, because people just won't buy it. They've got their money, they're spending the money elsewhere, they've got the time elsewhere. You've got to come up with an enjoyable game loop that gets people hooked, and then give them interesting content that they want to spend money on, you know, and do it in a balanced way as well. Because if you go lean too heavy into, especially if your game's got a PvP element or some sort of competitive element, if you lean too much into it in that regard, you can really completely destroy your community and your player base. And if you don't do enough of it, you're not going to be earning enough revenue to keep the lights on, basically, especially in PvP games, because the more players you've got, it becomes incredibly expensive to keep the game running, doesn't it, basically?
gacha market, which is a bit more niche than typical gaming, a lot of these smaller titles get terminated left and right. Just because the big dogs are having success doing it doesn't mean skins are an automatic score for making money.
True.
They work because the base gameplay loop is fun, and if a developer tries to pull a fast one by making shovelware or a cash grab without too much innovation, not even the shiniest skin can save them.
Facts. We see that perfect example in the gacha space. Look at all the end of services we see. It doesn't matter what you're selling and how much of it you're selling if at the core of it it's not enjoyable and it doesn't encourage people to spend because the stuff either has some value to them or a perceived value at least. Game's dead, innit? You know what I mean? And we see it happen all the time. Like, Christ, we watch Sticks videos and we see it online all the time of this game's gone into end of service. Like, I didn't even know about that game. You didn't know about it because the game was trash and nobody cared enough to, like, spread the word on it.
So, let's take a look at how gacha games handle skins a bit differently. One major advantage of gacha games is that much like gambling in a casino, they can often skew the perception of money. When I see an online post saying that it costs over $100 to get a copy of the desired character, just understand that is completely normal.
Same situation as loot boxes, wasn't it? When loot boxes came in, there was always that idea that, like, well, you could go and spend 40 quid on a skin, or you could maybe spend a couple of quid here and hope you get the skin, you know, gamble on getting the skin in the loot box or the weapon like how it was in COD. And then next thing you know, you've spent 20 quid, 30 quid, because you're like, well, I'm closer in now. Surely I'm going to get it soon. And then next thing you know, you spent twice as much as what you could have just by buying the thing, if the option was there at least anyway. At least with gacha games, that's the one good thing compared to loot boxes back in the day, is that we have a pity system. Depending on the game, however good it is or bad it is, you've got that pity system, you've got guarantees, depending on the game, you know, so you at least know the rate at which you're potentially going to get the thing you're going to get, so you can kind of plan around it, whether you're free to play or you're spending. Where, like, back in the day, I remember, like, what was it, Advanced Warfare, was it, yeah, it was Advanced Warfare, what, I remember it's just streaming, and Aaron being in the stream, so he spent so much money on loot boxes. And that was just, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what the rates were on that game, but there was no pity system. You could spend untold amounts of money and just get shit, basically. And plenty of people did as well.
As much as it is sad to say it, in the context of gacha games, spending $200 or $300 to guarantee a rate-up SSR is normal. I usually don't bring this up in my reviews because this is the usual expectations for a gacha game. If you pay for the low spender packages, save diligently, or plan ahead, and you can still get what you want with relatively little or no money at all. True. Buying the gacha currency directly, though, tends to be a much worse deal.
That's why light spending is, like, encouraged. It's seen as potentially the best way to go about it, you know. Be diligent with your mats, your currency. Buy the monthly pass, buy the battle pass, and then just stack and choose your banners, basically. Pick and choose, you know. You're going to have to skip here and there, unless you're an absolute whale. Even if you're a mid-range spender, you're going to have to skip here and there, or you're not going to get exactly what you want. So it's, yeah, I think that's what gacha games are aimed at. They try and get you to be at that level, and then obviously you're always going to get the whales that kind of cover majority of the player base costs as well in that regard. Because what is it? I think, is it something like less than 10% on most of the games? It might be even less than that, are actually, like, considered whales big spenders. but they spend that much that they cover the free-to-play section of the game. I remember reading that somewhere in the average game. That's what they look for. They only need a few percent of people spending big money, and it doesn't matter if like 60% is free-to-play. You know, that 40% that's a mid to low spender, and then that small percent that's the high spender. They pretty much could just cover everything for everybody, really.
In terms of efficiency. If the developer didn't go the gacha route and stuck a one-time payment of, just, $100 to get a specific character, that would seem like an absurd offer.
Yeah.
But integrated with an RNG loop.
I feel like I'm going to say it as well. I feel like a lot of people will be turned off. I genuinely think a lot of the enjoyment comes from the gamba. It comes from the gamba of the excitement about getting a character. When loot boxes kind of went away, I get it, they're predatory and they do suck. But at the same time, it kind of was exciting sometimes to throw down and buy some loot boxes. And I suppose that's maybe me enjoying gambling. Well, it definitely is. I don't gamble, though, in real life. I never go to a bookies. I don't gamble on sports. I just don't gamble in that regard. But I get that endorphin rush from video games. And I think if, like, gacha games came out and allowed you to just buy the characters straight up and the gacha system wasn't there, I probably wouldn't be anywhere near as interested if I'm honest. Unless the game was, like, top tier, of course. But there'd be a lot of the other games that I'm just like, I ain't bothered about playing that game that much anymore.
Loot box system, and it becomes an effective way to muddy the waters of the actual price of what you want. What I'm trying to get with all of this is that skins also get the same treatment. Much like the addictive and gambling nature of gacha mechanics, a lot of the skins introduced in today's day and age can employ similar tactics to obscure the actual cost of the skin to justify the price.
The excitement is from getting a gacha on low pity. Yeah, it's a great feeling.
What about a skin that's earnable through a paid battle pass? You can't buy it by itself, so you don't know how much of it goes to the skin or the other rewards. What if the skin uses an in-game currency that's sold in uneven amounts? What if the skin itself has a gacha?
That is one thing that I must admit I do dislike. You know, when a game will have like a skin or bundles, depending on whatever they're selling, and let's just say for an arbitrary number, it's 12,000 to get this thing, but they do packs of like 11,000. You know what I mean? So it's like, you've either got to buy the pack that's a lot bigger and you have excess left over, or you have to buy that pack and then maybe buy another smaller pack and you still end up with less excess left over. So then you're in that position where you've got a little bit more. So next time something comes up, you're like, well, I'm like 30-40% of the way to getting that thing now. I may as well just buy another pack again kind of thing. And that is one of the predatory things that I'm not a massive fan of, but I totally understand it from a business point of view, because that's what they're trying to lock you into, aren't they? They're trying to get you like that.
System. Nikkei is a pretty atrocious example of this, because I myself was once a victim to it. See this 2B outfit? Instead of buying Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, or Cyberpunk 2077, I bought this instead for
They got you, bro! They got you!
$60. How it works is that you get a random reward every time you spin the wheel with paid tickets. A reward is taken out of the pool, and the premium skin has the lowest chance to drop at first, but slowly increases until it's the last option in the pool. The vast majority of the time, this is going to be the case, with the absolute maximum you have to pay being around $60. Though it is possible...
What is the pity in Nikkei then? Because as I says, I've only played it for about 10 minutes on mobile. We are going to play it tomorrow. What's the pity, what we're looking at?
No matter how slim the chances may be to get it early. I mean, look at this Reddit user here. They got it with one of their first pulls. For the record, I do not consider limited quantity supplies or auctionable skins to be the topic of this video. Since
people see somebody saying, well, I just got this character in 5 pulls, and you're like, oh, I can maybe do that. You know, like the other day when I started Aether Gazer, my first 22 pulls, I think I got 4 S-rank characters, you know. One was a copy, and then 2 other characters, and then a bunch of other cool characters as well. Like, it was like an insane first 2 10 pulls, really. But that's just not going to happen very often, is it? You'll have that plenty of times of going to hard pity, losing your 50-50 and such, depending on the game, of course.
By that point, you're getting it for its exclusivity and collection purposes. In other words, the skin can't have liquidity, meaning if you shell out the appropriate cash, you will be able to obtain it. The skin cannot run out of stock, nor can you sell that item on an online market of sorts. If we consider auctionable cosmetics, that is a whole can of worms in terms of monetization. One advantage gacha games have in this regard is avoiding the cosmetic bloat. Since there has to be a set amount of classes or characters in a multiplayer-focused game, the gacha can simply just add more characters.
Yeah.
It's fine if a single character has a few skins, because if it gets too many, the game...
All they've got to really take into account is power creep. And there's always going to be power creep, but not making it too harsh. And that's it, isn't it, really? You know, when coming up with creative, new, cool characters that look good as well. That's the hardest part, is how this character is creative and different from prior characters and how it looks. And then the tertiary thing to take into account is let's try not to make it too powerful in comparison to other characters. Or if it's a support role, it helps lift other characters up, whatever it might be. And so we've seen plenty of gacha games have failed at that. And there's always going to be power creep. It's just about just doing it just right, though, isn't it? So it's a gradual curve that's there, that doesn't like really put people off pulling on a banner, because you know the next banner is just going to make the banner that you've just paid for worthless, basically.
It introduces another shiny new SSR to pull on, and bam,
Oh,
you
but
got
it's
a new
200
blank
in-game.
template
Okay.
to slap skins onto.
SSR
What
rates
if
4%.
skins were the primary method of
not bad.
monetization in a free-to-play game? Azure Lane and Girls Frontline's gacha system infamously have you pull skins instead of characters. You can get all the units in-game relatively cheap, but the skin gacha is often the center of a lot of discussion, often leading to some...
That's one thing I hope, like, I don't think they'll go down that route with Wuthering Waves. I don't want to go down a skin gacha route, if I'm honest. I would rather just be able to purchase some skins and have some unlockable in, like, the podcast or something like that, the Battle Pass, and maybe some unlocked via in-game currency, whatever it might be, if they're 4 stars, maybe. But I'd like to know, what would you guys think? Would you rather just be able to buy the skins, like, in something like Wuthering Waves, or whatever game, or would you rather a skin gacha as well? On top, you know, maybe it's, like I say, it's a game that's it's all about the skin gacha, and that changes the attributes of the characters, or character gacha and skin gacha. What would you prefer, or just being able to buy them straight out?
Some players feeling frustrated and quitting the game. From an outsider's perspective, how can a purely cosmetic item cause so much backlash? Isn't it a really good deal for free-to-plays if all the gameplay aspects are available for everyone to use? This will probably be a topic for another time, but it's something to think about. But why $20 specifically? Why is this price the topic of the video? Well, I'm sure everyone's seen some of those by this point, no matter which game you play, and I'm sure most would consider $20 as a ludicrous price to pay for a cosmetic item. But let's play...
I don't know, though, do they now? I feel like we're almost in a different era of gaming. Do you consider $20 to be ludicrous for a skin? Like 10 years ago, people would have. Maybe a little bit longer than 10 years now. Like, well, yeah, probably about 10 years ago. You know, like a couple of quid for a skin was seen as like, you know, but like you just literally, the skin probably would just be like a bit of a color change, maybe, you know, a palette swap, something like that. And then the stuff started creeping more and more. You know, $20 or £20 seems about the base level nowadays, doesn't it, really? And, you know, you look at a lot of games, if you're getting a full-on character skin that's like pretty premium, I think that seems on the cheap side of things. Now, I'm not saying it is actually cheap, just in comparison to the rest of the market, though. I feel like we really have entered a new phase of gaming now. You know, those days of hoping that we'll get away from microtransactions, they're long gone. This is the new phase of gaming, isn't it? And you know, $20, when I hear $20, that's what, like £16 or something like that. That doesn't seem insane to me. And I know that because I've been indoctrinated into believing that's the way games should be. And I guess it's not really. But then at the same time, you know, it's not everybody can afford box prices. At least you can have the introduction of starting a game and feeling whether, you know, well, this is something that I might want to spend money on rather than having to spend money and it being shit, basically. So, you know, it's like you got to look at it from both angles, I guess. But yeah, for me, seems like a pretty reasonable price nowadays.
A devil's advocate. The famous game director Yoko Taro has once mentioned something called the invisible wall in video games, a barrier that defines what is and isn't possible for games to achieve. He argues that there exists a gray zone within that wall, where something is theoretically possible, but only no one has found a way to achieve it. What if a video game is physically not designed to be beaten? What if a game is only 10 minutes long, but it was the best 10 minutes of your life? What if a skin is so well made and so high quality that people would justify paying $20 for it? Let's explore this gray zone. Is there a way for everyone to see eye to eye and say, yep, I paid $20 for that? In other words, let's try to just...
No, I know he's going to attempt that now, but no, you'll never, ever get a consensus on that, you know? You'll have people who are modern day gamers who still won't be able to get their head around it and just like, just give me a box price game. There is legit a lot of people out there that'll be like, I ain't paying for that shit and want the full experience for free, you know? And obviously there's reasons for that. Sometimes people just refuse to pay. Some people can't afford to pay. Obviously there's all different reasons. And I'm not like judging people on that. I'm just like, you know, I'm just stating this is how people feel about games. You've got people who are like me, who are a little bit older of a gamer. You know, I think if you're over the age of, I'd say 25, you've played games prior to the live service model of games. And even if you're younger, you're bound to have played older games. But it's just different when you were in it, when it was fresh and it was new and that was the culture. Rather than going back, the perception of it's a little bit different, isn't it? We're always going to be like, I would never pay $20 for a skin, you know? So you'll never get a consensus on it, ever.
Justify $20 skins. Well, first, we need to do a bit of searching on what the best possible skins are in video games, and if they truly have what it takes to earn the $20 award. Starting from the bare minimum, we have palette swaps.
For me, he's going to go through the different ones. It always comes down to the game. The game is the thing at the end of the day. Obviously, the skin has to be decent. It comes down to the game and how much I like the game. I ain't paying for skins no matter how good they are if I ain't into the game. Simple.
Or transmog color schemes. I think many would agree that charging money for changing the hue of an outfit or weapon to be absolutely ridiculous, yet some games have tried to pull this one off. Yeah. What about a simple outfit change? Nothing about the voice lines or the animations of a character is altered in any way, only their physical appearance.
What do we think here then? So, a bit of an outfit change. It depends on the outfit though again. You know, if it's a slight change to the outfit they're wearing, don't want to pay for it. If it's a drastic change to the outfit, depends on the outfit. It's all, this is like I say, this is all super specific and subjective at the end of the day, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, one outfit might be really simple and kind of almost be a palette swap, but not quite. And you'd be like, I'm willing to pay that because it just looks dope. And then another one might just look trash. You know, we've seen it in premium skins in something like Valorant. There's plenty of the skins that were expensive that I would not have paid for. I wouldn't even paid the lesser prices for them because they just look whack to me. But then there was other skins that looked, I'm like, dude, take my money right now because this skin looks fucking dope. You know what I mean? So it's all subjective, isn't it?
I'm sure outside of gacha games, this is what most would consider as the standard for a video game skin. Whether you might be willing to pay $20, well, that really depends on the quality of the outfit. But let's go one step further. What if the skin also included a brand new set of voice lines or animations? You had to go bother the voice actors to get it, so at least some degree of work went there as well.
Yeah. So, for me, if you've got like a Colton type skin, it's a new skin, it's got voice lines, it's got animations, potentially a weapon with it. For me, personally, now, the value is different. Do I think it's valued at that? I don't know. But I'd pay that, is what I'm saying, you know? Just because I'd pay for something doesn't necessarily mean I'm justifying the valuation of it. It just, for me, it's worth paying for just for that little bit of fun, I guess. Like I say, I always look at it that cost return, time return with video games. And if I spent a lot of time on a video game, I don't mind throwing 20 quid at it here and there because there's not many things in life that you can spend a lot of time doing and spend 20 quid here and there. Life's expensive nowadays, isn't it?
For rigging any motion capture. That does take work, but is it enough to enter the $20 range? Maybe not, but let's get experimental.
Okay.
Azur Lane's gacha skins are famously known for its high-quality live 2D animations. In fact, this Reddit post right here had instructions on how to see the hidden interactions with a skin, like if you tap on certain areas on the screen or adjusting the character's expression, the opacity of the clothing, and other various things that will get this video demonetized. What about Neural Cloud's interactive skins where you can take off the character's tights?
Okay.
Or this one where you can toggle different modes to remove certain articles of clothing. What about Snowbreak's interactive $20 skins where you get a
scene and then they decide that, oh yeah, China's censored it now, so we're taking it not off just off China, we're taking it off global as well. I know there is a little, I think you can just change something in the INI file though to get the skins back, yeah, but I don't think you got the scenes back. I might be spreading misinformation there, but I think that's the way it went, yeah?
Dormitory area with the character fully modeled in 3D, with controls to trigger cutscenes and other unsavory ways to appeal to your fantasies. The typical gamer might look at this and think, is there something that's not Coomer bait? That's exactly why some of these players play these games. With unique voice lines, animations, victory poses, and interactivity, would that be enough to start entertaining the idea of $20 skins? My personal opinion, probably not. But it is something to get you thinking. People often justify their spending habits.
I'm curious to see where he values the $20 skin at. What does he consider? Or does he just like, that's a no-no from him? I'm curious. Because as I said, for me, for around about 20 bucks, £20, let's say, so that'd be like $24, $25. You know, I want a full skin change. And I don't just mean, you know, they're wearing different coloured clothes. Let's just say, let's take Jinsei. Let's take Jinsei wearing like something like Noelle's like battle-made armor. Something like that. Potentially different colour hair. You know, she's got a weapon that's got a different color or a different mesh to the weapon. And she's got VFXs as well. Voice acting lines would be good, but I don't necessarily need that. But give me some visual effects changes. I'd pay £20 for that. But I need all that together. Just the skin alone, nah. Maybe just a skin could potentially anywhere from like £5 to £8 potentially for me. But I want all the extras with it as well. That's why, like, you know, again, going back to Valorant, I like the stuff in Valorant because you get a full-on weapon mesh, you get new animations, you get new sounds, you get death animations as well. Obviously, you know, you have to upgrade those to get to those, but like, it's like, you know, obviously some of the cheaper skins are literally just, it's a slightly different color, but like some of them are full-on, it's a different weapon, it looks totally different. And that's where, like, you know, where I've spent a little bit more on the skins that look really cool.
It's because it's spent on something that you enjoy. This argument often gets brought up among gacha players. Who cares if someone spends $20 on a PNG file? Who cares if someone blew $20 or even $60 on a skin? If it brings them enjoyment and doesn't affect other players, then who are you to...
Yeah, I wouldn't pay $60 for a skin in gacha, and the only reason I wouldn't pay that is one, that is too pricey, but two, you gotta sell me on skins in gacha a lot more than if it's not a gacha game, because if I'm going to spend money in a gacha game, I'm looking for new characters, you know, someone that's going to give me something new to do, you know, a new experience, should I say. I'm going to experience a game in a different way via a new character. It's going to bring something to my roster. It's going to make attacking new content different and maybe more enjoyable. Now, I could spend that $60, $20, $30 on that or a skin. So the skin's got to really sell me and be a decent price, because I'm like, well, I ain't spending $60 on that when I could spend $60 on a bunch of pulls to get an entirely new character altogether. Which, when you're looking at the cost value there, it's like, well, I'm getting more out of that one than I am out of this one. I suppose some people might see it differently, but yeah, I wouldn't pay $60 for a skin in a gacha game because I'd rather spend $60 on pulls, if I'm honest.
Judge. There are certain things in this world that are worth nothing to some people, but worth a fortune to others.
True.
Much like how old baseball cards or sneakers can get someone to shell out the big bucks.
It's a reason why there's collector's things in it to somebody, you know, apart from the monetary value. Who gives a fuck about baseball cards or trainers? You know, obviously there's a monetary value attached to them, which is different to stuff in gacha games, because once you've spent it, it's not worth anything really. But somebody wants it for the reason of wanting it. You know, it's not about the money. It's about collecting it. It's about having that thing. I like figurines. You know, I've got Lord of the Rings stuff over here. I've got different game stuff here. I've got a bunch of stuff like that. I enjoy those. And, you know, I wouldn't sell them unless, I don't know, somebody walked up and was like, I'll get you 10 grand for that. Then maybe I'd consider it. You know what I mean? It's about collecting them. Somebody else might walk in and go, dude, that's trash. Like, I don't want that. You know, it's different for everybody.
A transaction happens when a buyer and seller are willing to exchange something for the same price. If someone values a cosmetic item at $20 or more, then they would be willing to part with their money to get it. You might think it's absolutely ridiculous that people pay money for these worn pieces of cardboard. But at the end of the day,
I don't with those, because I have, you know, I've got collections of like Dragon Ball Z cards, Lord of the Rings cards, Pokemon cards, you know, like I've got a bunch of Lord of the Rings collected stuff, you know. I've got, like, you guys can't see it here, but like I've got on my wall here, I've got framed Lord of the Rings figures signed by the actors, you know what I mean, with film cells on and stuff, original film cells from the films and stuff. Like, somebody else would think, but that's worthless. Not to me.
Pricing of these skins work for some players because it has value to them.
Yep, exactly.
Now, I don't wish to normalize $20 skins or even start entertaining the ideas that they are acceptable, but this is a trend that's present not just in gacha games. They do work some of the time. The typical gamer...
It's a trend that's heavily... we're deep in that trend now for a few years, aren't we? And, you know, it's a few years ago now, we're having these conversations of, can we pull away from this? Can we go back to box price games? conversation's long dead, isn't he? I'm not saying there isn't a space for box price games. Of course there is. There always will be. Or the conversation that we're going to go away from the live service. It's just never going to happen, man.
When discussing this topic online, or even in this video's comments, would never admit to being interested or buying skins of this price. But from a cost efficiency standpoint, if skins are relatively cheap to make while the revenue potential is large, even if only a silent minority buys it, then it has accomplished its task. All I'm asking is to put a bit more effort into them. Anyway, so let me know what you think, and if this video has changed your perception on paid skins in any way.
No.
I'm curious to see if players across all genres come to some
it hasn't, no.
sort of consensus regarding this. That's it for me today. If you wish to see other gacha-related content just like this one, you know what to do. Thank you for watching, and as always, have fun out there.
Oh, yeah. I'm always interested to see people's views on this sort of stuff as well, because obviously I've got my view and it's probably never going to change. Well, it might change. But like, I know where I set my value for things, you know what I mean? But yeah, good video, that was. Good video. We're never going to get away from skins. They're always going to be, they're going to infiltrate more and more games, aren't they? There's always going to be a place for box price games that do the whole thing, you know, Elden Ring, stuff like that's proof of that, you know, your Cyberpunks, a proof that the games can come out and just sell you a game that is a complete thing right from the, well, Cyberpunk took a few patches to get fixed, but you understand what I'm saying. And then there is the place for live services. I feel like there is, and I feel like no matter what some people want to pull away from the live service, it does help a lot of people who would never afford to be able to enjoy the game to actually enjoy it, you know, all across the world, in the first world, the third world, whatever. You know, having a game that's free to play to start is a real low barrier for entry, isn't it? And that's why so many gacha games now, or games in general now, are coming out on mobile as well, because it allows access to a whole bunch of new customers and potential customers that were just not accessible before via consoles and PC. Even though that's changing now, you know, as the global income goes up, more and more people are getting access to PCs and stuff, aren't they, as well? So, yeah, man, good video that was. I'd pay $20 for a skin, though. It's got to be a good skin, though. But in a gacha game, I ain't spending $60 on a skin because I'd rather just throw that into pools, if I'm honest. But yeah, good video from Psyche, guys. Check him out. Show some love. I enjoyed that, actually. It was a good one. It was a good one. Fuck off, Mal, What's going on, Fake Nightbot? 3 hours of stall is minimum in this household. Where's Pixel Street Soul got installing the grind? Hey, installing the grind. Hey, yo, I'll be straight up. I'm farming content for the video because I'm creatively void, and I ain't sitting here for 5 hours a day after I've got off live stream to make a video that 7 people will watch. All right, so what's going on, Tyler? Welcome to the stream. For me being free to play, I'd like the option to have a free to play option to get skins, for example, Warframe Malaysia, that option. Either that or make the skins an event reward. Yeah, I think it's a balance, isn't it? It's about finding something that's for free to play gamers, and attempting to encourage them to spend here and there. And because I remember reading this somewhere now where it was like, when it comes to like gacha games or live service games, they expect around about 60%, 50 to 60% of the people who play the game will play free to play and won't ever spend a penny. All they need is like 30 to 40% potentially to be low to mid spenders, and then just a couple of percent to be whales, basically. And those whales will cover a major part of the budget, and the mid to low spenders will cover the rest. So they'll cover up for the majority of the players who are free to play. It's about finding that balance, though, isn't it? You know, and that's why a lot of games in this space, in the live service space, not just in gacha, end up going end of service, because especially when it's multiplayer, because you've got a lot of money to spend to keep services up and keep people working to churning out new content, and then generating the revenue as well. Like, it's you know, get on the grind 10 hours of stalling while grinding for 30 minutes. Thing is, though, as well, I will say one thing. Whenever I'm doing reactions and then I jump on the game, about 50% of the viewers bounce, which don't bother me because I'm made to play games, but just saying that anyway. But yeah, I enjoyed that video, actually. Should we check out this Chaos boss fight from PGR? Actually, let's check out this Inagi episode, because speaking of Zenless, we're going to be on Zenless tomorrow, chat. We're going to play Zenless tomorrow, and then Nikkei the evening. I was supposed to get on yesterday, last night. Well, I'm having major issues trying to get my passport sorted, man. They want a counter signature, And then I got a counter signature from somebody, but they won't accept the counter signature. So now you can't get them from doctors anymore. So I'm going to try and see if I can get one from a dentist. Fucking bullshit, man. Like the people that I can get one from don't have passports themselves. And if they don't have passports themselves, there can't be a counter signature. It's like, I just want to go on holiday, man. You know what I mean? Check out Falling Star Powered while you're at it. What's that? What's that? Falling Star Powered. Oh, yeah, I saw you said you was chatting to Fox yesterday, yeah. That's all good. Yeah, man, Falling Star Phase 2. Yeah, I'll have a look in a minute. Yeah, I feel for him at the minute because he seems to be going through. He seems to have let it get to him, doesn't he? All this stuff that's going on. I don't know why. He seems to have made him have a bit of an existential crisis, which at the end of the day, you know, he's got to do what he's got to do. I need to take my videos down that I reacted to him though, actually. Because he said he didn't want people reacting to his content, and I respect that. But I did hear him say as well in the stream, I think he threw a copyright strike at somebody and he's going to do that, which I just don't think that's a good way to go as a content creator. It's not going to get you any fans anywhere. Not saying that that's what he wants, but my advice to him is if people react to your content or talk about you, don't copyright strike them. Just ignore them. That's the best thing to do. Because especially when it comes to that sort of videos, if you're breaking it down, reaction content is covered under fair use, and taking snippets of your content is covered under fair use as well. And, you know, you could get yourself into a little bit of a, the dude who came into his Discord and asked him to remove the strike. It's, yeah, because, like, obviously, it's the best way to go about it, because he can counter it. Because really, that video, even though I disagreed with the dude, it did come under fair use, you know? And that's one thing where all CCs will come to an agreement on, is you don't throw copyright strikes at people making content on you. You know, you just, unless they're just literally uploading your content, you know, like say, I'll just go over to someone's channel now, download the video and just upload it to my video. That's not the same. But yeah, reaction content and talking about people, as long as you're not harassing them, but that's different then. That's a community guideline strike that you got to get down, and that's even worse actually. False copyright strikes are no on YouTube. Yeah. And like, don't get me wrong, I can understand his feelings around it, you know. That video kind of was a little bit spurious at the end of the day. The thing you got to accept is when you're making content on YouTube and in general, people have got the right to be able to take your content and take your words and use them against you. You know what I mean? It's just the way things are, isn't it? Like, you know, it's just how it is. So yeah, I need to take them videos down myself, because like, obviously he said he don't want. It's not so much about the copyright strikes, because if he did copyright strike me, you know, I could get them sorted. But you know, I just more respect the fact I can't find the videos I've been looking through. I don't know where they are, man. I don't know if I reacted to one or two. I don't know if I ever uploaded one. I know I reacted to a couple of his videos on stream, but like, I only ever uploaded one, I think. Yeah. I don't know why he was letting it get to him so much, though. I really don't. Like, he had his opinion, and that's it. Like, the only thing that maybe he went, I suppose, a little bit too far in the same time was calling him a liar. But I suppose I wasn't far off. I said he was disingenuous. It's probably a different term, and it means different things, because I think he was being disingenuous. But yeah, like, they're all saying Tontas thing as well. Like, dude didn't need to backtrack on all that sort of stuff and apologise for it, in my opinion. He didn't do anything wrong. He's got his opinion. He's allowed to say it. You know what I mean? I think he maybe overreacted a little bit to that. You know, I don't know if it's because, like, it's his first shots towards him or what on YouTube. Well, fuck it happens, man. I'll just ignore that noise, man. Like, Christ, I've had, like, 12-year-old kids make videos about me saying fucked up shit about me in the past. I just laugh at it. Like, it's like, it is what it is, you know what I mean? It's kind of reaction content in general, like, usually if you react to videos enough to make it transformative. Yeah. Well, my shit definitely is, man. Christ, you've seen my video. Sometimes I react to a 5-minute video. The video's like 25 minutes long. But yeah, it's like, I can't remember. YouTube have confirmed it comes under transformative stuff under YouTube, doesn't it, anyway? And especially if you're taking snippets of somebody's video, that's even more transformative. But I can understand the frustration. I get it. I get it. And yeah, that's what I say. That's why I'm gonna find them videos. I've been trying to find them. Before I went live today, I was looking for them. I'm gonna take them down because I respect, you know, I've always said I react to people's content on my channel. But if anybody ever reaches out to me and says, dude, can you not react to my content again? And would you mind taking that video down? I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't have to, but I'll do it out of respect. You know what I mean? Dude, apparently that apology video, a bunch of people from Satan sub to Fox and was giving Satan shit. Really? Yeah, I was lurking his stream the other day. There's that one dude who was saying like he was going into Watson and speaking to Saint for him. I think that dude was just taking the piss though, I think, if I'm honest. I think he was trolling a bit. Because he was like, you know, I'm in the sub talking to him and stuff, like, come and talk to him. I spoke to the mods and he'd give him the name, but it was a bot. It was a bot that he was talking to. Which I don't know why that dude did that. It was a bit weird. Yeah, I like Fox, I do. I think he's a chill dude. I think he should just make his content, and if he wants to voice his opinion, just throw his opinion out there. If people don't like it, end of the day, I have L takes all the time. You guys tell me. But I ain't going to change my opinion unless somebody, like, rebuttals it to the point where I'm like, actually, you're right. You're right. That's fairs. Well, I ain't going to apologise about having that opinion unless I'm saying something, like, terrible. I think just questioning someone's content. Like, I question Saint's content all the time. But I bet Saint's a chill dude. Like, that's the thing with YouTube as well. You got to understand that questioning somebody's content isn't necessarily questioning the character. I suppose if you're calling somebody a liar, that's a bit different, I guess. But, you know, it's like you can say to somebody, your opinion sucks balls, bro, but I'll still go for a drink with you. That, you know, we have friends who we disagree with all the time. I'd hope anyway, because that's, you know, when you're truly friends, aren't you? When you can tell your friend, look, man, I think you're talking shit, but it is what it is. Let's agree to disagree and carry on with things, kind of thing, you know? Future reaction channel is going to be people reacting to other people react to a video. Hey, I've done that, man. Reacception. I'm here for that shit, bro. I'll react to somebody reacting to I think I've reacted to somebody reacting to a video of somebody reacting to a video, actually. So I've been there, bro. Been there. What's going on as well? So Fury, welcome to the stream. If you're interested in how false copyright strikes are hated, you just have to look at what happened with the Ackman. It blows up, man. It blows up. It's like channels. It's kind of like the Barbra Streisand effect, where I think people see something said about them. They're like, right, I need to try and shut that down. And the Barbra Streisand effect happens where it just megaphones the whole thing. Because then even people who might hate the person who's receiving the strike band together because like it's at the end of the day that people on the make content are all at risk of that stuff. So it's like coming together. It needs to come by our like, and you got to be careful doing that sort of stuff. You should never really do it unless you know, somebody's literally stealing your IP and reacting to stuff. It is transformative under YouTube, isn't he? I like Fox. Hopefully he can get past this little blip and not let it bother him too much. My advice to him would be, dude, just keep doing what you're doing. Your content was fine. You know what I mean? You're going to have the moments where if you've got an opinion, you're going to piss people off. You shouldn't stop having an opinion because you're worried that you're going to piss people off. Fuck them, man. You know? It just is what it is. The future's here. My only issue is you because you take on chicks ass being huge. I think you're completely wrong and distasteful. You need a nice heart-shaped bum and that fades into her hips. Hey, man, give me that cake, you know, so I can get lost in it. Someone once said, honor among thieves, don't ban me. That's it, isn't it? Yeah, it's you know, like you it's like it's like the code, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like you say, it's the honor among thieves. It's that code. It's like, hey, we all might PvP now and again, but we ain't war lacking, you know. And when people are war lacking, we point the finger at them and say, "Bad, don't do that," you know. Terrible analogy, but you get what I'm saying. Anyway, let's check out this video then. Tukishiro Yanagi. Rest a while from Zenless on Zero. See what it's saying? Because there's two major reasons why I really like her, actually. It's her animations and the swords. So, get your mind out the gutter, guys. Dude, I really want a freaking Zenless Zone Zero anime, but with the 3D animation from the cutscenes, because like it's so good. I just want it, man. I need it in my life. this literally just oh, it is just okay, alright, I'm here for him. She's salivating over food then. 70s lounge music, right? I think we're getting a copyright claim with this one, boys. Feels very Christmassy. Not trippy. Do you reckon that Wuthering Waves are gonna have any Christmas stuff? Like, I feel Zenless needs to do it. Like, I feel like Zenless could do some really good Christmas stuff, to be fair. You know? Smooth jazz in Gacha. Genshin as a cyberpunk like fan anime that's really good. Last I checked it as 4. Oh, was it actually some comment? I remember people talking about that. Yeah. That's why I like maybe not go down the anime route, but use the animators they've got now creating the 3D stuff in the cutscenes and just make that into a shot. I know it'd probably be really expensive though. She's drunk. Oh, she's got sore feet. She's been at work all day. Yeah, she's smashed. She's smashed. Konosuba as an anime on Netflix. Oh really? I ain't watched any anime for a little bit, man. Like the last bits of anime, because I've been like, because I never watched One Piece. It's like the one of the big, you know, especially like shonen animes that I haven't watched. And I'm actually going through One Piece at the minute. I'm on like at episode 45 or 6. So I've got a long way to go. It does. PGR does actually. Like I think I feel like in terms of cutscenes. And maybe some of the videos, I feel like Zenless still is the best. But PGRs are really good. They really are. Wuthering Waves need some stuff like that, because the one we watched the other day for PGR was fire. I don't know if it's Fate Unchanged. I started watching actually. It was definitely a Fate. It was definitely a Fate show that I started watching on Crunchyroll. Yeah, I'm the same, man. I get burnt. It's not that I get burnt out on anime. It's just that I don't watch TV much. I don't. So like when I do, I'm watching stuff on YouTube, or I am watching things like anime or like maybe a film. But like usually by the time I've finished streaming in the day, I'll go get Rosie, come back, have food. If I'll be watching football, I might get some dailies done on this, do some editing, and then like I'll chill. And then like if Rosie's not watching something on the TV, I just usually end up chucking YouTube on because I'm not really paying attention. Because like I swear I've got undiagnosed ADHD, man. Like my brain just switches off sometimes. I need that like focus to sit and watch TV. And smoking weed back in the day helped me do that, but I don't smoke anymore. So it's like my brain's like I've got to do stuff. That's why games work for me. She got smashed and got lost. You got drunk and got lost, man. It's a good job she ain't in London, because, dude, she'd have been mugged by now.
I'm home. Sorry I'm so...
Nagi, you're so late!
Sorry,
Is that Sukaku?
But look what I got.
Whoa! Hot Pots!
Sorry I'm late. I was getting pissed up.
Hot Pots!
Okay.
Nagi, where your glasses.
Huh?
Wait a minute, did we miss something? Was there a moment that happened in between there or something? Did you get railed? What's going on? I'm not gonna lie, I've had the new boss not as fun as some of the others. I don't know why. Is that the Chaos boss fight? I was gonna watch a Chaos boss fight from PGR, from Nari show that came out a few hours ago. Yeah, Snowbreak trailers are a thing, aren't they? They are a thing. Snowbreak itself, it's a thing. It's a thing. Alright, check out these mods then, because you know me, I like to look at these mods. And then we'll watch that video. Alright, let me just show some love. Woju's actually been on the channel, saying thank you to showcasing the mods, because he actually does do some cool mods, actually. Rover Azure Wave Multicolor Toggle, Woju mod, Wuthering Waves 1.3 mod. Let's have a little look then. Are we going to get some Rover with different hair? Well, we already are, because, dude, I want some Rover skins, man. You know what I mean? Like, I like Rover, but give me some Rover skins. I'm here for it. These sort of skins, though, I'm not into, you know? Because, like, I know some people like the Kuma effectively. It looks like Rover's been on a diet, though, yeah. But yeah, like, I'm not looking for these sort of things in my gacha game. I don't mind if the game's kind of like Akuma right from the get-go, but you know, feel like my characters are losing dignity, man. She's not my thing. I like her hair, though. I always have to say as well, guys, I wouldn't mod your game, you know? I'm not telling you what to do, but it's risky.
Rise above, feel the power inside. Every step we take, we're breaking the tie. In this world of chaos, we'll shine so bright. No time
I don't like the outfit.
we're ready to ignite. Off in the waves.
She looks like, was she gonna like go and jump on the mat? Start doing like, what is it, double front flips and shit. And her feet look massive as well. Any different kind of hair?
With every breath, we're pushing to new heights. The world's a stage and we own the show. In Wuthering Waves, we let our spirit
Moment of
flow.
resonance.
Rise above, feel the power inside. Every step we take, we're
Yeah,
breaking
nah, I'm not
the
vibing
tie.
with this one that much, man. Woju this time. You do some decent mods, buddy, but yeah, I'm not feeling this one. It's not for me, if I'm honest. Makes Rover's feet look massive as well. Looks like she's got some big size 12s, man. Yeah, that's the one. I don't find the satisfactory of parrying the chaos and falling star powered or trailblazer. Online games I don't really mod. Single player game. Oh yeah, man. Like I love not modding like GTA back in the day. You know, freaking Fallout, especially New Vegas. Loved it, man. Absolutely loved it. Like, you know, I like modded the crap out of Grand Theft Auto 5. Like zombie stuff, Pokemon, you know, where you can run around like catching Pokemon, you know, cars, obviously all that sort of stuff. A bunch of stuff, weapons, a lot, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure mod GTA is still modding now, actually. Might not be. No, it's not actually. But I fell into money on GTA Online on PlayStation. I didn't get a dodgy account. I fell into it, you know. One day I was just walking along. He's like, "Oh my god, I've got 70 billion. Where did that come from?" I don't know. Yeah, it's what? I don't know when that happened. Speaking of
Camellia is the only
Saint Ontas, is that Camellia when she's young? That Somebody commented in my video the other day, there was like glaze on task. And I was like, oh, I'm stealing that. I'm having that one. I like that one. Taking it. Yeah, YouTube's weird like that sometimes anyway. Like one of my videos got hit with limited ads a couple of months ago. And I went through the entire video, there was nothing in there. I was like, I don't know if maybe I swore a bit too much in the video or what. They wouldn't give me a reason, YouTube, or, you know. Alright, check out this video. Another one from Saint Tontas. Version 1.4 banners are free to play nightmare. I am milking 1.4 here, guys, and I'm going to continue to do so. Let's see what the question, because I've saw like a differing viewpoint on this. A lot of people are happy about the double banner on the rerun, and I've seen people having differing views. I can understand it kind of like, obviously you've got more choice at the minute, so that's difficult if you don't have the asteroids, and you particularly if you don't have all three of them as well, and you wanted all three, that's going to be a difficult thing. Why has Yao returned as well? I'm curious about that. Why not somebody else? Why has Yao come back so quick? Has anybody got some sort of reasoning for that? Why they've brought him back really quick? That's the only thing I don't really understand in the way they've done the banner, because I like the fact that Lumi's going to be in both the banners, the Coral Store, and then goes into the normal banner. Multiple ways to get at, of course. So that's really good. And as somebody who's got both characters anyway, and I'm only after the String Master and Kame and her weapon and Lumi, I've not got to have that worry at all anyway. Yeah, just curious. Yeah, why Yao? Why's Yao back? Dude's like, hi, bye, hi again. It's like, I don't get it.
Version 1.4 is bringing a lot to Wuthering Waves. Things like the return of a very popular game mode, our first version of weapon skins, and what players are likely looking for.
Weapon skin sucks as well. I'm sorry, it does, doesn't it? It does. Like, it's good that skins are coming into the game. I'm really happy about it, but like, really?
Forward to the most, a new, stylishly seductive character. As Camellia is the only new 5-star releasing this patch, many realized it would feature another rerun banner like in 1.3, and that's exactly what's going to happen with Yinlin. The only thing is, there's actually 2 reruns happening in 1.4. Zhongli Yao, our first free 5-star limited character, is also joining the fray in the fight for your Astrite. And let's just say, this patch is bringing some of the hardest financial and budgetary decisions that any player can make. If we draw the conclusion that Camellia is going to be a strong DPS character, given her incredible
Wuthering Waves ruined free to play. That should have been the title, shouldn't it?
Lengthy animations across her demo and extended field time, it's fair to say that version 1.4's banners are some of the best we've ever had. You could be someone who didn't play during 1.0 and didn't pull Yinlin, and now want to pair Zhongli Yao with
the best we've ever had? I think that's just a subjective thing. It all depends on the character, really, doesn't it? With the banners, the best, you know? The only way the banner's going to be the best you've ever had if it's like, oh, it's 40 pity this time. Like, what? Okay, this is good. But, you know, if you really wanted Jian, that was a really good banner for you. If you really wanted Cammy, this is a really good banner for you. If you really want to get Yinlin and you didn't get a chance to get her, really good banner for you. And the potential to get Lumi as well. Yeah, it's all individual, isn't it?
With his best teammate. Or you're someone who took a break during 1.2 and missed out on Yao completely. The fact of the matter is that these 3 characters and their weapons.
Again, though, why is he back? Kurel Rune Saint Taz. Why is he back? I don't understand that. Like, the dude's been gone for a little bit. You know what I mean? And he's just back again. I don't get it. Or is it? No, even then, like, I was thinking, well, is it like to calculate, is it coming for Yinlin, maybe? Then, I don't know if that helps the people who necessarily want to get Yinlin or get him. I'd like to know the reasoning why it wasn't Yinlin. Was it after Yinlin? Was it Jinsei after Yinlin? It was, yeah. Am I tripping? Or do they want to keep that for, I don't know, like, I'm not too sure.
Weapons are some of the strongest investments you can make in the game. And today, we'll be taking...
Yeah, when Yinlin pair well, there's that. But then I think, like, isn't that kind of a negative? If, like, you don't have either of them, let's say, and they pair well, because they do, isn't it harder to get both of them now on the second phase of the patch, especially if you haven't got much to work with? You know? Jinsei, then Changli, then Yao. I suppose that's the only reason it could be, isn't it? Is to just to pair them. But as I say, I feel like that's a negative for people who want them, because like it'd be easier if you wanted both of them and you didn't have them to get your link now, save a little bit, and then get them. But again, it probably makes sense. It's like putting the 4-star on the rerun, isn't it? It's gonna make you make some choices. You're potentially gonna have to spend on one of the reruns, maybe, or just miss out. What's going on, Chloe? Welcome to the stream. But maybe Jinxie's rerun, they're going to wait because that's going to come with the skin, potentially. And that's going to be hyped up a little bit more, maybe. Because, like, it'll be Changli, then Jinxie, or Jinxie, then Changli. Are we ending the reruns there? Or are we going to continue on the reruns? Are we ending the reruns and then potentially going to double 5-star premium banners each patch? Or is that going to continue till 2.0, potentially? PlayStation launch? What? Because it's just... It's weird that they've like speed run through the reruns before PlayStation 5. I feel like that would have been the best time to really go hard. And I understand maybe why they're doing it. You know, it's giving them a bit of a buffer. It's like, what happens when the PlayStation 5 drops? Will there be specific banners for PlayStation 5? Or will there be reruns again then? I don't know. I'm curious.
Taking the time to break down how strong these characters actually are and who the best picks will be based off the state
Yeah,
of
I
your
agree with that,
account.
probably with the skin,
An incredible part of Wuthering Waves is how multi-role many characters are.
Yeah, I was
and we know for a
freezing,
fact
will be
that
happy.
the 2 Electro Resonators
you've got
on
him,
these
definitely,
banners
yeah.
are some of the most flexible ones in the game. Whoever you choose to fill the gap in your roster, you can't really go wrong here. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. The first character that we'll be breaking down is the big one, Camellia, and unfortunately she's also the one that we have the least information on. However, there are a ton of clues and hints across her demo and the current roster that give us insight on the role she'll play on teams. Camellia is a Havoc character with huge sweeping attacks, an enhanced state that amplifies those attacks, and a large amount of field time to get off all of those attacks. It's pretty clear for most players who viewed her gameplay and know about Wuthering Waves that she's going to play the role of a main DPS character, and considering how Havoc doesn't have a limited DPS yet, that all but confirms her main role on teams. What this means...
If you get her, who you're running with, I feel like she'll run decent with Danjin, yeah. Like, we need like a proper Havoc, like sustain / support kind of character as well. Like, Havoc does need some love, doesn't it, actually?
Is that if you've managed to pull a high sequence node Danjin, which isn't very hard considering the insane number of banners she's been on, you'll probably be able to build a very strong Camellia team on day 1 right after pulling her, considering the insane buffs to Havoc damage and attack that Danjin can provide, while also coming equipped with one of the fastest concerto rotations in the game. However, there's still another synergy that you'll want to keep in mind if you're thinking about pulling Camellia. One factor when it comes to the limited DPSs is that there isn't a character that specializes in basic attacks. There are 4 main damage types in Wuthering Waves, and types like heavy, skill, and liberation damage are all covered by the previous limited characters. While Kuro could definitely double dip on damage types, like how the paired releases of Jinxie and Changli both focused on skill damage, it's far more likely that we'll get our first basic attack focus limited 5-star.
Somebody's been looking at leaks. Somebody's been looking at leaks. Although the inference to it is, you know, there, like, it's definitely there. But somebody's seen some kit stuff, I think. Me thinks somebody's seen some kit stuff. Because what he's saying, from what I've seen, kind of ties into that. So I don't think it's just that, well, it's obvious that that's going to be the case, because we've kind of seen this is a thing. Obviously the kit's probably changed as well, though.
In Camellia. And what that means is that owners of Sanhua might win a lot.
Oh, Uncle, I've got a video going up tomorrow, actually, 4 new modifiers for Aether Gazer. Oh my god, the gameplay progression in Aether Gazer has blown my mind. Absolutely fire. I can't wait to get back on the game, actually.
By pulling on her banner. With Sanhua's incredible rotation time, easy access to buffs, and respectable personal damage, she's an amazing potential pick as a sub DPS, potentially giving Camellia synergy with what many consider the strongest 4-star characters in the game. When it comes to her weapon, Red Spring, we don't have final details.
What's the thoughts as well? What's the thoughts? Because I really like this weapon, and a bunch of people were saying to me, nah, it's kind of mid. But then when I mentioned it in a few videos, loads of people was like, nah, weapon's fire. I don't know what people are on about. What do you think? What we're thinking? I think it looks dope, I do, especially with Camellia as well. I think it'll look good, you know, like on any character that's got a bit of red in them as well anyway. I think it's a pretty weapon.
On its stats or effect, but considering how every other limited DPS's weapon gives us a general attribute or attack bonus, and additional bonuses based on the character's damage type, we can expect a similar stat profile for Camellia's. This weapon will only make Camellia stronger, but most players can simply use the incredibly powerful and very flexible Emerald of Genesis instead. That weapon.
You know what? I still ain't got this weapon. I still ain't got this weapon. I've been chipping away at that weapon banner since the game came out. Slowly, because I'm just wasting stuff on other stuff. But I still ain't got it.
Crit rate and simple to use effect will likely make Camellia a fantastic pick, especially when it's a standard weapon and the banner is guaranteed. However, one thing we also have to recognize is that Camellia won't have a limited sub DPS that can bring out her full potential, like one that buffs both Havoc damage and her damage type. That isn't the case for Electro characters who currently lead the meta with one of the most powerful and easy to play teams in the game. A duo of Zhongli Yao and
Yinlin's ridiculous, like she's like the off-field damage potential with is just crazy.
Yinlin, who are also paired together as the rerun banners. When you realistically only need 2 teams to clear the hazard tower and 3 for the overdrive zone, it can oftentimes be a better investment for a struggling player to complete one team before investing in another. And with Zhongli and Yinlin both available in the same patch, there are a ton of opportunities to complete this dynamic duo and demolish pretty much all the content in the game. Those who started the game late and claimed
I feel like Spectral though is stacked, isn't it though, really? You know what I mean? Like Spectral stacked heavy, man, with Jinxie, Jeji, Verena, and Shorekeeper. Like, this is ridiculous. Yinlin and Stringmaster are all I care about now. I really want to get Stringmaster as
their
well.
free copy of Zhongli Yao in 1.2 could see a huge amount of value in pulling Yinlin, as she's Yao's best teammate in hypercarry compositions, while also having the flexibility to work in many other team comps with other limited characters. With her massive buffs to Electro and Liberation damage, she elevates Zhongli to heights in personal damage that can't be met with any other sub DPS. And with his built-in survivability through his own time slows across his Liberation, his hypercarry team is one of the easiest to play in the game, and owning Shorekeeper.
I don't like Yao. I just don't find him that fun to play. I need to build him up more, and I probably need to spend a little bit of time with him because I've literally spent no time with him, so I don't really... Not that I don't understand him, but you know what I mean? You know, when you haven't played it, you don't get the nuance of the character so much. You look at the kit, you're like, okay, I get what he's supposed to do, and I've played him a little bit, but you don't get the nuance of him. I don't know, man. I just don't find him that fun to play, you know what I mean?
Only elevates this team further. Yinlin's value, though, isn't just with Yao. Her general buff to Liberation damage and coordinated attacks also give her a fair amount of flexibility with characters like Jinxie, Havoc Rover, and even Chong-Li. And her swap-cancelable animations allow her to be played at very intensive levels as well to reward her most dedicated players. Yinlin's a fantastic option if you're missing her, and she completes one of the strongest teams in the game while supporting many others. Really good. And her weapon, Stringmaster, it's probably the best signature.
Obviously, most efficient with lightning characters, but she's really good for other characters as well. Like, she's just a good all-around character in general.
Weapon in the game, with stats and effects so universal that it can be used to upgrade any of your...
Yep. Big regrets. I still regret it. That's why I've got to get it this time. I made a mistake in not getting Stringmaster last time. I don't know what was going through my head actually why I decided not to get it. I'm a dummy, but yeah, I've got to rectify that mistake. So I'm really glad she's back.
DPS rectifier users like Encore or Jeja, with an obscene amount of crit rate that makes gearing these characters and their echoes an absolute dream. It's a weapon that should be on every player's account, if you can spare the pulls. When it comes to the other Electro character on the banner, the arguments to pull are a bit more complicated. Zhongli Yao is one of the best characters in the game, period. He can be played in hypercarry to great effect, while also having the kit to work in almost any dual DPS lineup in the game, with his team comp with Chong-Li performing close to, if not...
Do you reckon he's going to get power crept, like, soon? I know, like, everybody will get power crept at some point, and it's going to be a thing. Power creep's always going to be a thing, but it's just wild that we got a free-to-play character that's considered one of the best characters in the game, and obviously clears Calcharo now. It's like, I feel like it was almost a mistake for them to do it. You know what I mean? Because again, this is a game that really, there's a lack of FOMO in the game from a standpoint, from meta, I guess, because you can clear all the content without needing the newer characters. The core standard characters will do the job that, you know, that you had access to at the start of the game, and with free stuff that you could have pulled initially on the start of the game and that you'll be able to pull throughout the game if you're playing it regularly. So like then making another character free that's incredibly powerful. It just felt like, you know, it was a world decision by Kuro. Like fair for us, like obviously great for the player, but it just felt like it was just like a mental decision in regards to a business standpoint in terms of maximizing profits. So it's just like I feel like they have to kind of usurp him really, like to you know, because like if we get another lightning DPS soon, it just has to clear him, doesn't it? Because like, you know, you've got this free character. What's the point? Unless he's like just really cool. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it was a really weird choice by them. Not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. I just think it's curious.
Better than his hypercarry lineup. You can
Rectify
use him in
that
almost
rectify
any
mistake.
team with
Hey.
any character. However, the fact of the matter is that most players already own him. He's rerunning 2 patches after he was given out for free.
Wild.
If you missed out, you can't go wrong with pulling him.
Well, I suppose you need to pull him now, but does that like kind of rectify a you know, the some people that was like, oh, he's not available for 3 months, so like Dr. Ratio was, you know, he's only available for the event. What kind of fucking bullshit's this? Like, that's just stingy. I've got to pay with my time because I've got to do this event, and what if I don't want to play the game for the entire patch? I don't get him for free. This is bullshit. It's, you know, like, because a lot of people are saying that, which is super fucking dumb. Like, come on, bro, you're getting a free character, man. If you can't log on the game and just get your level up on the fair, like, that's on you then, isn't it, really?
But it's not going to feel great knowing how close you were to getting him for free. His weapon, on the other hand, is something that has a lot more appeal, especially considering how many people might have skipped out on it when it was released in 1.2, given how many pulls were saved for Shorekeeper and Camellia. Zhongli's signature is, unfortunately,
I think I'm just a gauntlet hater.
bit specific, and mainly serves as a critical stat stick for other gauntlet wielders. It's huge.
Yeah, come on. There's one character there that I'm not that bothered about using. There's one character there that I refuse. I don't even have him anyway, but I refuse.
Bonuses to Resonance Liberation damage don't work particularly well for other characters on the roster, but will do amazing things for your Zhongli's overall damage. Now that players have had the time to actually build him and experience his gameplay, it's safe to say that many love his playstyle and flexibility. And knowing how many teams he can be slotted in while performing incredibly well, you can't really go wrong in maximizing his potential with his weapon. What's clear from version 1.4 is that these banners and these characters are going to be stacked. We already know that our 2 rerun 5-stars are incredibly powerful, and Kuro isn't going to make a character like Camellia, who's been teased since—
It's like it's triple lightning banner, isn't it? You know what I mean? Second phase of this patch is just straight up lightning through and through. Is it like to rectify the Calcharo? Is it basically another doubling down on, we don't like Calcharo, he's not part of our plans in the future? You know, we gave you this guy for free, just to double down. We're going to give you the 2 lightning characters again, just to let you know, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? Also, there's Lumi as well, you know? This is Calcharo standing there like, he's up the window, like, you know what I mean? Like that meme, just like, please. Why are you doing this to me, man? Everybody's partying. Dude's locked out, not invited. Nobody wants to talk to him. He has to eat lunch on his own at the table on his own. You know, people like scoff at him as he walks past. Feels bad, man.
1.0, weak. You can't really go wrong when it comes to who you spend your asteroid on. So the best decision you can make is to go with your heart. The meta here doesn't really matter at all. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like.
End of the day, the meta don't matter. The meta don't matter. The meta don't matter. The meta don't matter either. The meta doesn't matter. Yeah, guys, it was a good video, that was actually. These are the sort of Saint Tontas videos I like, when he's just talking about Wuthering Waves, if I'm honest. Because I don't think he's the best at shooting shots, in my opinion, but people think he is. Squidward looking at a window, me. Yeah, for real. That's what I mean with Calcharo, man. It's just like, the characters are just there running around like, yeah, and he's there just like, oh, can I join him, please? I've been saying that second phase ban is pure electro. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It is. Hey, I want to watch this as well, actually. It's a trailer. Apparently, I've been watching it, according to YouTube. Must have let it play. I'm just curious. I don't know if it's something that I'm that interested in, but I wanted to have a look at it. I don't know where I saw it. I don't know if I saw it on Reddit or something. people talking about it, saying like, oh, finally the trailer's here or something. Chaos Zero Nightmare gameplay trailer. I can see what the game looked like then because YouTube had, I don't know if it must have been on autoplay or something, but I'd watched half the video apparently. But let's have a look anyway what Chaos Zero Nightmare gameplay is. I just got a nightmare down there, man. Oh my god, it's Wings of Redemption. Okay. I feel like sometimes some games, though, especially the anime games, they bait you with like really cool anime cutscenes and intros, and there's like, bam, 2D PNG games. Like, oh, bro, got you baited hard. I'm not gonna lie though, I do like card games. Like, you know, when I played the Reverse 1999, which was very little, I like that. I do like card games. I like that about Harry Potter. Was it Magic Awakened? Whatever it was called, the game that's been end of service now. The combat system in that game was actually really decent. Actually, it was like an action card combat mode, which was actually kind of cool. You could like, you know, you could adjust where your characters was, and like it was like turn-based action with a card system as well. It's actually pretty decent. Oh shit. I'm not gonna lie. This gameplay actually looks kind of alright. I'm not even lying here. I like the look of this. That was sick. Okay, alright. I said at the start, just, I don't know if this is what I'm going to be interested in. I told you I'm easily pleased. I'm kind of interested. What's happening there? I'm getting traumatized. They're actually making this look kind of epic. Oh shit. See that? That's kind of sick. Is that what happens when you die? Oh, look at Tyrannid or something that did. Chaos Zero Nightmare. You know
2
what?
hours in, we've got $28 in donation.
Oh, he's only got $28 in 2 hours. Wings. Yo, this actually looks kind of interesting. I'm intrigued. I'm going to keep my eye on this, actually. I'm going to subscribe to the channel as well, because this looks like the official channel, yeah. So that was the gameplay teaser trailer. So, okay, so we got a couple of videos. All right, interested. Does it say anything about when it's coming out? Did it say in the description there? Once again, welcome back to SS Nightmare. In the future, translations for each language will be available in the actual service. Official page. Oh, it's Facebook. Why did I think that was Twitter then? There's the Twitter. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll keep our eye out for that one, guys. Keep our ear to the ground. What's going on, Space Outlaw? Welcome to the stream. Blue Mate Calcium Meta again. Trust. Cal will get his revenge. Just watch. I just did my dailies and called cleansing me by G, Cal and Jiang Li. Yeah, I need to build up both Baiji and Jiang Li. I've got Cal built up, but I just don't use him anymore, really. I like that. To be fair, recently, I mainly just kind of use like Jinsi, Changli, Shorekeeper, or Jian, Mordefi, Verena, or Jian with whoever, and Verena. Or like I have been the last couple of days as well, running the double dragon, you know, Jinsi and Jian together. Which was kind of fun. By the way, I found an ultimate skill chain video, all the characters in AG, though it's 6 minutes, no commentary if you want to watch it. Yeah, I can have a look at that. I can have a look. r/ we were leaked banned me for commenting something freaky on Camilla's post. he got the boot for being a Kuma, did ya? Oh no. I ain't been in the Wooer Leaks Reddit for a little bit actually. Oh yeah, if you try to post the link, it'll get murked by Twitch. Just if you got the name of it, I'll just search it up. I have to do it because I keep getting bots coming to the Twitch chat trying to share view bots. And like obviously I'm never gonna buy view bots, but I don't trust them not to just be malware links and somebody might accidentally click on them one of the days from a chat. So I had to put them on to stop the links being posted, sorry. Yeah, if you just tell me the name, I'll Aether Gaze Ultimate Combo Showcase. Alright, sweet. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look, because I do like that in Aether Gaze. And I must admit, that video that I watched yesterday, man, the gameplay progression, the animation progression in Aether Gaze is pretty impressive. It's like, some of the stuff that I was watching, I was like, damn, this is like PGR type stuff. This looks really good. By RenderMax. Small Twitter, I think I only watch post and leave. Yeah, I got it, yeah. Alright, then let's have a look at this one. As somebody who's getting into Aether Gazer recently, and being excited to see the gameplay and animation progression coming in the game, I'm interested here then. RenderMax video, Aether Gazer Ultimate Combo Showcase, PC version. Let's check it out, because some of this stuff is pretty fire in the game, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Fan of Aether Gazer. It's a visually pretty game as well. There's a lot of good models in this game, in the characters, and they're like, what are they called now? The chain links, are they? I forgot what they're called. They look freaking dope. Oh, come on. That was dope. That was creative. That was creative. That was good, right? That was good. That was good. Lots of words. That's sick. Is she getting weighed down by her titties? You just dashed him and then started shooting at him. I know these ones. I've done these ones myself. The game's got some ridiculous pull animations as well, hasn't it, for when you pull a character? Like the game has got a lot of flash to it. It's got some substance as well, actually. It's not just all style, but it's got a lot of style though. Oh my god, the jiggle boys. That was sick. Yeah, these are really cool, these are. I forgot that dude's name now, you know, the one with the alligator head on. That's a quite an unusual character for like a high poly gacha game as well, isn't it? You know, a character that's got its face fully covered to that degree. You know, you don't usually see, I'm not saying you don't see, but it's not often you see that with characters where they're like, you know, we're gonna just like make this character that's wearing a jacket, trousers, boots, and he's got a mask on, pretty much totally covering everything. Dude looks badass though. Solbeck, that's it. That's it. You know, some of these kind of remind me of like the summons back in the day on Final Fantasy. I'm like thinking like things like Final Fantasy 9 and like 7 and 8 and stuff, like, you know, when you're calling like Ifrit or something. Kind of got that sort of vibe to them in a way.
好啦，就交给在下吧。
就是现在！
Damn, man, the booty.
殿下，先携手破局吧。暂时合作而已。走走走，给他们来发大的。那就试试这招，你点的大盒冰淇淋。我没说要这么大呀。
接好了。
啊！现在看你接不接得住了。
先到先得，那是我的猎物。
That dude looks dope there as well. Who's that?
麻烦。
小鸟，好不认识
Oh
的
my
阿宝
god.
还记得吧？
Oh my god, boys. Oh my god, boys. Boys.
不要怕，车到。
Men of culture. We meet again.
好，最后用这个。来玩点有意思的吧。
求之不得。
蝼蚁们，该说再见了。
过儿，
They're animated really well, aren't they?
一拳定胜负。
好久没有与你合奏了。
还是熟悉的旋律呢，就以此奏响。
升起，
进去，
不秀，
先立住。去吧。
I swear, every time like I watch this sort of stuff with Aether Gazer at the minute, I'm like, dude, I need to get back on the game. It makes me excited to play the game. I think as well because like I think at the minute the games that I'm most excited about playing when I play them, obviously Wuthering Waves when new patch stuff comes out, but obviously because I've played a lot of Wuthering Waves, just the day-to-day stuff, I don't get that same feeling, even though I enjoy it every time I play it. Like the game's just a good game. But Aether Gazer, Zenless, and PGR at the minute, like when I watch stuff about the game, even though I haven't been playing them that much recently. I'm like, oh man, I want to get on the game, man. It makes me excited to play the game. Can't wait tomorrow to jump on Aether Gazer properly.
教你的招式没忘吧？
I'm gonna try and get on it. I'm gonna try and get on it today, but tomorrow we're playing Zenless, and then we're gonna play some. Aether Gazer as well because I'm gonna be double dipping tomorrow because it's Friday. Next week as well, Rose is only working 2 days. Thursday, I think we're going out, but Wednesday and Friday, we're just gonna bash it, man. We don't have to finish and pick her up from work, so we'll be able to get live and just go. So we'll be able to do a bunch more stuff on Wednesday and Friday next week.
扣一击。老大，拜托了。
Okay, that was kind of sick.
结束了。先生，我来助你一臂之力。
感谢。
I'm not gonna lie, man. These are some of the best alt animations that I've seen in Gacha. If I'm honest, they are. They're up there, aren't they? Yes, sorry, Nikkei. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Nikkei as well tomorrow. My bad. Yeah, we're gonna be playing Nikkei.
我不会再让你一人承担。
并肩作战吧。
Yeah, I just started Nikkei last night, but passport issues, and tonight the match is on. So
目标锁定，增幅矩阵展开。
迟钝，苏西，
oh, that's cool.
就帮你一下好了。
Sounds really like
用
teleport.
之
Yeah.
一曲。着技，
赤小队出阵。
Tell me you saw that. Tell me you saw that, chat. Oh my god, did you see the booty pop? What the hell?
就帮你一下好了。展翅吧，用之一。
Hold up, we got to go slow mo for this one, boys. We got to go slow mo for this one. Oh my days. Okay, all right. This is a cultured game. I'm happy. This is a very cultured game.
赤小队出阵。最后就交给你们了。微玉，这就是我的剑，我们上。
Man, she popped that thing.
随息，斩尽前敌。
光芒交织吧！不错的选手，我会收下
He looks
胜
like
利。
Zhong Li, doesn't he, this dude? I think this is the guy I've got.
掩护交给我，看我上！
嘿嘿，师哥，我来抓
I've got her.
我来掩护。
你！开招！利维坦出击！了解。利维坦，坐稳了，我们要出发了。
威尔，跟上我的动作。
And they spent a lot of time making these, haven't they? They're really high quality.
按作战计划执行。
明白，修老师。
雷光起，
狩猎开始。拉比，师傅，跟我来吧。冰牙冻结，
雷辽，去吧。
Cheap rocking knuckle busters.
小西里斯，我们一起。好的，菲儿姐姐。最后一击。那就拜托你了。
Yeah, I know that one. I've done that one myself, actually. Yeah, bro. These are fire. Yo, what's going on, ROG? By the way, once you start Nikkei, highly recommend pulling for Cinderella. Yeah, I think I was watching a bit of Guitar Rock First yesterday, and he was doing some tests. Is it with, like, Grave? And, like, a bunch of people were going on about Cinderella, actually. Or a younger man, I'll be spending more time jerking off than I would be playing for, the fucking video game.
别挣扎了，人法地库之术，这样就结束了。
银时代发射，威尔要接住哦。
好，交给我吧。
小坤去梦里，
颤抖吧。
Okay, she's gonna step on us.
发生什么？难得和
And
你
these
合
are
作了。
these are
专心战斗
insane.
是，人法影
Yeah, I just want to get on the game now.
任务开始。呀，小猫咪，
Yeah, because like I know this game hasn't been doing great, has it recently? Like I say, budgetary reasons, they had to cut the English VA and stuff. I hope the game starts to do better actually, because as somebody who's late to the party, because if you're only just getting the PC client, I hope that they continue making the game. You know, it doesn't end a service, and there's no likelihood of that happening because the game's kind of fire, man.
别让他跑了。
没问题，交给我吧。
关铁方，上了。不明白。千羽，雷藏。
上了，千龟。啊，来喽！让我们大闹一场吧！啊，
看招，看招，看招，看招！
海洋啊，请守护修吧。
这是我们的。
It's like I don't know what the general consensus is on Aether Gazer, but I just feel like it feels like it's underreported anyway. Like I've known about the game for a while, and I've been wanting to play it for a while, but like obviously you only had it on mobile, and the only other way to play it before was via an emulator, which I didn't want to do. So as soon as I saw the PC client was on, I was like, yes, I'm getting on it. Still need to fix the mouse and keyboard thing. Like, whoa, I've been really enjoying it.
明我，趁现在。
少啰嗦，不需要你来教我。我出发了。哎，
瞬息火光，
好晕。
无理之徒，生火烧尽他们。
Let's see. I
荷兰
like
小
that.
姐，不要
That was
那么
cool.
生气了。
Oh, that was sick. I really like that. Like how she brought the Phoenix out, and then she turned the Phoenix into an Ice Phoenix. That was pretty sick, actually.
亦是周末巨物，
Like, some of these are really well animated.
别离。
Okay, all right. This is making me more hyped to play the game. I'm gonna have to drop a like there. You know, what does RenderMax do? Do they just upload these sort of videos, or do they actually? Okay, fellow Gooner. All right, drop a sub. Drop a sub. Jokes aside, I wish they lean more into edgy, cool stuff than the Gooner stuff. Not that I hate it, but it's just overshadows the good character designs. Yeah, I can feel you there. It's like I say, like I prefer cool looking characters and skimpy characters. I like some jiggle physics. Don't get me wrong, but I don't need to. You know, I don't need to see what the characters ate for breakfast, I guess. But I am a fan of a bakery though, so you know, don't mind a bit of cake. All right, let's watch this video then, and then we're gonna get into the game because I'm curious about this. PGR's less Gooner, more edgy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think Wuthering Waves is as well. I think Wuthering Waves is less Gooner. Come on, it's obviously, you know, you got the big boobers and stuff, but there's not really many characters with a lot of skin on show, is there? You know? Who's showing the most? I guess Shorekeeper's probably showing the most skin in Woo, isn't there really? Who else shows any skin? Those characters are quite, what's the word? Dignified? You know? Because you can be sexy, you know, women can be sexy with clothes on. Who'd have thought?
Wow.
Who'd have thought? That's not true. The lines, lies. And obviously PGR's Gooner a lot more gacha games, ultimate Gooner material. I think all gacha games allude, you know, to a little bit of sexiness, you know, because sexiness isn't the same as like debauchery at the end of the day, you know. As somebody who likes women can be very sexy without having to show any skin or very little skin, you know what I mean? There is a difference between something being attractive and sexy and just being like full on, you know, like you say, Kuma mode, Gooner mode. What's going on, Slot Capsule? AG in the last CM patch to have a main character wedding ski. Yeah, that's like Snowbreak, man. Snowbreak's full on Gooner. Like, all the characters' tits have got twice as big. The clothes have got twice as small. There's like wedding skins. There's like scenes where you can get the character in like a wedding outfit and start playing with her and stuff in different ways. Crazy. All right, let's check this video then from Psyche then, shall we? I was slightly wrong about Limbus Company. I wanted to watch this because I do have Limbus Company installed, and I've had it installed for a long time, and I've heard very good things about Limbus Company, actually, and it looks interesting, and I do want to try it out at some point, but I've just not got round to it, so maybe this video will expedite that, and I'll get round to it a little bit quicker. I've just got so many games to play at the moment, but we're going to check it out at some point, but let's check this video out anyway and see what he's saying about it and what he was wrong about.
This is the end. It took me the better part of 2024 playing so many gacha games to figure out the one thing I look for the most when it comes to my main games.
Okay.
I came to realize what drove me to continue playing these titles for the long term. In May, I decided to quit Genshin Impact to play Wuthering Waves as my open world gacha, and only recently...
Kind of done the same thing, really. I'd had a break from Genshin anyway, or if Wuthering Waves hadn't come out, I probably would have been playing Genshin from time to time because I've got Wuthering Waves now, not to pit the games against each other. It's just kind of replaced it. So yeah, I'm in the same boat there.
I decided to quit that as well. Sure, the animations were high quality, the world and the set pieces were pretty to look at, and Kuro Games' generosity made me feel appreciated. However, Wuthering Waves was not able to do the one thing that I thought Genshin would not. A darker, grittier tone that was not afraid to go beyond the family-friendly and almost whimsical boundaries of Genshin.
Yep.
Some of the later story chapters...
I definitely would like to lean into some more of that stuff sometimes from WoW, but I'd also like some light-hearted stuff as well. I'm a little bit torn on that. It's not a reason to make me stop playing the game at all, but I can see where he's coming from. For me, biggest thing with Wuthering Waves, it's endgame. And I keep saying that, but we're not going to get into that. That's not what this video's about.
Are pretty good, don't get me wrong. But the one thing I value the most to get me invested in a gacha game is world building. I'm very much drawn to developers that do ambitious things.
I think it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a factor. As somebody who's a story enjoyer and has loved JRPGs throughout my childhood and my adulthood, it's definitely a factor. I love a good, interesting sci-fi, fantasy world, whatever it might be, sucks me in. But gameplay's the thing that keeps me there. You know, a story can be a 10 out of 10. If the gameplay's trash, I ain't got time for that, really, if I'm honest. If it's that good, I'll watch a YouTube video about it. The gameplay has to be competent to you know, like, I'll stick around with a game that's got trash story and great gameplay. I won't do the opposite. I just can't.
Within the game world, or its characters. What if a playable character canonically dies in the story? What if the main protagonist canonically marries a summonable gacha character? Snowbreak kinda did it with huge success, but I wanted something that's a little,
Speak of the devil,
less gooner. But then I remembered, there was one game that I played this year that really felt different from the rest. The premise felt fresh, the world felt dark but intriguing to explore, the characters felt varied and dynamic. The game I'm talking about, of course, is Zenless Zone Zero. I'm just kidding, it's Limbus Company.
Again, like, I can see what he's saying as well there, because, like, I do want more gacha games that are like that, and I know it's hard, because the flashy waifus that look, you know, hot, they've got lots of jiggle physics and big titties and are showing a little bit of skin, and the thing that catches people's eyes initially. Especially the male gaze for sure. But, you know, this is why I need to play Limbus, because I do want games as well in the gacha space that it's about the cool factor of the characters. They're interesting. They're cool to look at. They've got, like, interesting mechanics and designs and backstories that intertwine with this, like, you know, more darker world. So maybe Limbus is perfect for me, man. Maybe I need to make this happen sooner.
If you don't know Limbus, I strongly recommend watching the original Atrocious Gacha review video on it, as it introduces a lot of the game's mechanics, as I will be using some in-game terms, like clashing, for example. But let's be honest here, the majority of people watching this are long-time Limbus players. So I sort of have a love-hate relationship with this game. I haven't logged in since May, so I wasn't...
The visuals kind of remind me of, in-game there. Oh, what's the game called now? Is it Darkest Dungeon? That, like, roguelike turn-based game where you just literally go through the dungeons. There's a second one out now, a sequel. I think, is it called Darkest Dungeon? can't remember the game anyway, but it's on Steam. And it's like it just kind of looks like these the visuals when he was in game then kind of just like remind me of that a little bit.
I was able to qualify for the returning player event. As for the reason I quit at all, well, let me just show you an image. This image will explain.
As one, I'm kind of a bit uncomfortable when it's too much in a gacha game with Snowbreak, but I like it when it's done well. Like, yes, yeah, I'm the same. Like, you know, I want to see hot chicks in a game. I'm here for it. Like, and I want to see good male characters as well, good-looking male characters. It's finding that balance, isn't it? About having them be attractive, but it not be cheap. You know, like Cat Fantasy is a perfect example of that. It's got some cool-looking characters, and then they have some skins from where it's just like, yeah, this doesn't look good for me personally.
A big part of the reason.
No, that made total sense for me, Space.
You ready for this? Here we go. Yeah, let me make something very clear. Limbus Company is a gacha game. Yes, you can farm the shards to get the characters manually, but it's still at core a gacha game, and this kind of stuff can happen. One thing that kept me playing was the story and the world that Limbus has. I recently started Library Runa, but I don't know how long it'll take for me to go through that. The setting of the city is uninviting, but it's interesting to learn about. I wanted to go even deeper into the main campaign now that Season 5 is out, and, well, that's when I got into another major barrier. When I returned at the end of Season 4, I went through some of the interlude stories before Kanto 6. I did the Christmas one, story sucked by the way. After that, I tried to complete the Blade Lineage Intervallo. This chapter has a boss with a negative sanity gimmick. Basically, in a nutshell, if you're not a Limbus player, you generally want your team to have high sanity points and the enemy to have low sanity. But this one works the other way around. You actually want the boss to have high sanity. Now, I haven't been playing for the longest. The only team with real synergy I set up was a team revolving.
And dude, the art style is, I really like this art style. Very much unlike most gacha games, isn't it really, in terms of how they're going for the visual style with this. Can understand why like not many people talk about it, because it's kind of like the polar opposite to what I think a lot of people want out of most of the gacha games, is that like bright, cutesy, pretty sort of vibe.
Revolving around the mechanic sinking, which reduces sanity points on the enemy. I didn't know this boss had this gimmick before I built it, but you can see how this doesn't mesh well with the boss's mechanic. Now, in before the countless skill issue comments, let me just say that I don't have all the time in the world to troubleshoot and find every gimmick in the game. I prefer to just enjoy the story and move on.
Yeah,
yes,
I agree with that. When it comes to, I don't mind having difficulty spikes here and there, and you might die once or twice, or if you're not paying attention, you know, you can get one tapped in a part of a story in a gacha game. But I don't want to be kind of cock-blocked when I'm going through the story. I'm okay having stat checks, DPS checks in a gacha game, and it all being right, I've got to farm now, I've got to build up the character, I might need to build out my roster and all that sort of stuff. But when I'm going through the story, I don't want any of that. I want difficulty, but it to be difficulty because, hey, we've added some cool mechanics here. Or yeah, it's not a good feeling when you're going through specifically a gacha game and you feel like I've just got solidly stat checked here in the story. I'm just not and of course, if you're not building up your characters, that's going to happen. But if you're like able to go through the story naturally without feeling like you've got to spend a long time farming or really building up your squads, the story should be something you could just enjoy. And then that's why all that other content's supposed to be sufficient, isn't it? Like end game events, all that sort of stuff in a gacha game, really. And that's why they all really, even though like it's the meme that it's a gacha game, man, you expect good end game, go play an MMO. But it's like, yeah, I do. I like gacha games, but I kind of do expect some decent endgame, and I want more games that give me good endgame.
I know a valid strategy with Kim is to avoid clashes altogether, but that hasn't worked after a couple tries. I knew a ragtag team of just good IDs wasn't going to cut it. So at that point, I thought, well, I might as well just wait until Season 5. By then, the Season 3 characters get added to the dispense pool, so I'll just farm some shards and form a different team. Until then, I couldn't really do anything else. Since the story accounts for a lot of Limbus's content, being stuck here means I can't play Kanto 6, I can't play Refraction Railway, and I can't play the Intervalos past Chapter 6. So I decided to just farm for the Season 4 characters. Yeah, I know, they go away when the season changes, so I might as well get them before they're gone for like 6 months. Having difficulty spikes in gacha games is nothing new. Some people actually like them. But one thing I've always appreciated when I played FGO is that the game gives you these team revival items. It doesn't matter how you clear the level, because if you just use these to help you win, you just get to continue on with the story. But I think I would have appreciated if something like that existed in Limbus Company. There's an EX objective for every story stage, so an easy way to still encourage proper team building is to forfeit the EX reward if the player uses the assist item to help them win. That way, those that only want to enjoy Limbus for the story can do that and still give a reason to go back and complete it normally.
Again, as I say, like, difficulty is always wanted, but it has to be done right. Outside of story, it has to be done right anyway. It kind of sucks when enemies just become damage spawns or DPS checks or whatever. And I know that's part of this genre in general, but I prefer it to be genuine difficulty when it's like, right, okay, I've got to learn this here, I've got to figure this out, I've got to figure out the patterns, I've got to go about this differently. That's the best kind of difficulty. And when that's done in a story, it's great, especially if you like find yourself dying a bunch of times. It's like, what am I doing wrong here? And then you take a few moments and you're like, okay, let me try switching things up. It works. But when it's literally like you're getting stat checked in the story, that's not great at all. Like, because it really puts a damper on it. You're just flowing through, you're enjoying the story, and then all of a sudden the game's like, nope. You know, it's like, you know, you come back later kind of attitude. It's not great.
I say this because during Canto 6's release, Project Moon did have a round of nerfs for some of the combat encounters. I firmly believe this was the right choice. The typical mobile game player plays on their daily commute or during their breaks. These mobile games
Or they're having a poop.
reward short bursts of playtime. You shouldn't have to grind or spend a lot of time on a main story level. If a big portion of the player base is complaining about difficulty in the main campaign, Project Moon should absolutely do something about it. I know Library Ruina has its share of difficulty spikes too, but that's a single player game. You can put in the grind if you want to farm ego shards, that's fine. But the main attraction of the game should not have a big barrier behind it. You either give assist tools to let players beat it for now and come back later, or just nerf the difficulty. Gacha games are casual in nature. If a player wanted a harder game, then Project Moon shouldn't have made Limbus into a gacha. The thing about Limbus Company is that the new...
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that attitude. I can understand it, and people have the views on how gacha games should be, but I don't think everything should be a monolith and be like, well, because it's a gacha game, it has to follow the rules of the gacha game Bible, so to speak. I am totally cool with gacha games being difficult and having difficulty within them and having places where it's like, right, you've either got to show that you're really skilled here, or you've got to have the right team, the right synergy, understand the mechanics of the game, or you've got to spend a while farming so you can come back, like back in the day in an RPG where it wasn't so much, I can't pass this because, you know, I'm, you know, this particular boss that I'm not, I just need to farm a little bit, I need to come back, level up a little bit, basically. But when that's hitting the story, it's not a good feeling. I must admit, you know, you want that to be flowing. But in an RPG, it's a little bit different because that's the meat and potatoes. That's the entire game. So having those spikes, it's about how deep and sharp the spike is, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because nobody likes a game to just go boom, 0 to 100. That just sucks. Like, it's that curve is the best way to do it, isn't it? You know, you learn things and you have to apply them as you go through, rather than a game just being like, right, okay, things have changed now. You just don't have the stats for this. But I do think gacha games, there is a place for gacha games to be hard, because of course a lot of the games are designed for short bursts, you know, doing it in your commute and stuff. But I also think there's a place for these games to have that replayability if it's done right. Now, not all of them, and I'm not saying Limbus Company has to be one of those games, but I definitely do think there is a space for difficulty within these games, for sure.
The player experience is just not good. The game mechanics are fascinating to get into, but the game does not give nearly a good enough explanation of how everything works, and, you know, not everyone knows how to read. Anyways, being stuck at this part of the story, I also had some chances to practice team building of my own. Given that Mirror Dungeon sets all your IDs to level 45, I was able to learn how certain mechanics worked, like how to set up egos for a sinking deluge, or how to use Wild Hunt Heathcliff's unique counter skill, or how Sinclair worked. Limbus Company by far, from a
Okay, like, I'm getting the gist, but I've got no idea what he's talking about here when he's talking about these specific mechanics.
Conceptual standpoint, is the most complex gacha game I've played. There will be a lot of reading, because unless you're drawn in by the lore and the characters, it could potentially be quite difficult for a new player to get into the game mechanics. Imagine if they got Don Office Sinclair as their first 000 ID. I mean, where would they even start with this? There's a couple more things I can nitpick, like how sweeping a level gives less rewards for whatever reason. Most gachas with this feature just lets you sweep for free with no drawbacks. I really don't see how it makes for a better experience to make you farm these levels again and again manually to be efficient. Typically, when I want to talk smack about a game, I usually start with the good stuff first so I can focus on the bad stuff. As you can see this time, it's the other way around, because the highs of Limbus Company are peak. For one, not having an RNG gearing system is a breath of fresh air. I know gacha games need some way to retain players, so Project Moon went the way of making maxing out a character just a little bit grindy. But I still prefer this system over the former. In this,
I don't mind a little bit of grind to max out my characters either. I must admit, with Wuthering Waves, it gets a little bit frustrating with like the weekly stuff, and it's like, it's less of a grind and it's more just like, right, you've got to wait now to grind, which I'm never a big fan of. But I understand why it's kind of done in a way, but at the same time, it's still kind of not my bag. I want to be able to just grind. Let me grind and grind and grind to level up the character. I don't mind time gating in some kind of areas, but when it comes to character mats, I'm not a big fan of that at all. I don't mind the daily sort of stuff, because that's it. It is what it is, I guess. You know, when you're like, right, I need this mat now, but I can't farm a boss until the reset kind of thing. Like, I don't like that.
This game, you use the common gold currency Limbux to purchase upgrades. There's XP tickets for leveling IDs, threat for uptying, and I guess shards for the 12 sinners,
Well,
but
very
that's kind of
interesting
it.
art style,
Another
isn't it?
huge selling point is the monetization. You cannot whale in Limbus Company, at least not nearly as much as other gacha games. There's no limit break system, so if you have one copy of an ID, you have the best possible version of them. This is unheard of in the gacha games I've played. Limbus doesn't make the most money when you rank it against other gachas, but the community is very active. The main way the game monetizes itself is through the Battle Pass. This costs around 10 to 15 bucks depending on where you live, but the value
This is why I say that, this is what I've been saying for a while. I think Wuthering Waves needs to make the Battle Pass more appealing. Because I feel like if they really added some cool stuff to the Battle Pass, they could make a lot of money by people just buying that every single month. And when you've got a Battle Pass, it's a little bit different in that you feel like you need to come on every day to do it. And then I think you might more likely to get people playing the game regularly and then potentially spending elsewhere in the game as well. Like, you know, adding hover droid skins into the Battle Pass, weapon skins into the Battle Pass, potentially every now and again, maybe as a little reward for certain milestones. There might be like a 4-star character at the end of the Battle Pass. So you know what I mean? I feel like that would definitely bring people in. You know what I mean? And, you know, obviously pricing's right in that as well. But if you've got a reoccurring subscription, basically like old MMOs, that's a shit ton of money to be possibly made.
value for this is immense. While there are some sweet rewards in the premium tracks, such as the Battle Pass Egos,
I'm assuming it's going to be like every other Battle Pass, where it's going to be over a patch or a season, Neo. Nikkei got that one big wall by Gacha, like you need S-rank unit upgraded with 3 copies each for 5 units from any among your roster. It's because it unlocks the limit break upgrade for your level 200 and above units. So it's a look up pay to win wall for everyone if they want to go further into the story. I think at chapter 13, however, Nikkei does nerfs older chapters time by time, but you will still be in the world unless you achieve that limit break. Right, okay. Yeah, what's going on, Rob? How you doing, lad? I'm so not interested in this stuff. I've been here for years now, just here to listen to you and nod. I've got no idea what gacha games is, but yeah, I strongly agree. How's things anyway, though, bro? You good? Yeah, I agree, Space. I'd like to see more dudes, like cool male characters as well. Oh no, it lasts the patch basically. Like, I think I've got, I don't know how many days I'm left on at the minute.
much of the value comes from the Ego Shard boxes that you can farm for. Given that you can level the Battle Pass indefinitely, if you do your dailies and grind the Mirror Dungeon roguelike mode a lot, you can make out with hundreds of these boxes. Collect enough shards and you can guarantee a copy of
Level it indefinitely. It's got to be reoccurring, yeah, it just doesn't reset. Is that what he's saying there?
the character you want in the dispense pool. This is ridiculously generous. In fact, an often talked about strategy is to simply refill your stamina using the gacha currency, then instead of dealing with the RNG of the gacha, you can just farm for the character. It's actually way more efficient to do this, as you can always get unlucky. So in place of that, if you put in a certain amount of effort, you will get a certain amount of reward. Obviously, not everyone will be able to do this if they don't have a lot of time to play, but the option to grind is there. Here's the thing, you can't farm Primo Gems in Genshin. Gacha games typically give out a controlled amount of the premium gacha currency to make sure that you can't.
These guys are tight as fuck. when it comes to currency. See, like, just imagine Jinsei wearing some battle armor like Noelle, man. Oh my god, I'm here for it.
Get every character for free. From their perspective, you shouldn't be allowed to farm them, since the gacha is how these games make their revenue. One more topic before going into my main point with Limbus was the content patches for the past 5 months or so. We all love a little bit of drama every now and then, so has there been any of that since? Well, there is one thing in particular I want to talk about.
I don't think any gacha games have been void of drama, have they? You know, there's something that triggers some part of the community somewhere with whatever happens. It's just the life of a live service game. Somebody's going to get pissed at something at some point, aren't they? And it's going to start some drama. It's just inevitable. So if you buy it at the beginning of the patch and you get it until the end, I thought it was just a subscription. You can treat it as a subscription. So, yeah, just last the patch. I don't know how many days it is exactly, but yeah, new patch starts, new podcast drops, buy it, and then you've got so many days to complete it. And, yeah, and then it's done. You know what I mean? If you don't get to the end, obviously you don't get to the end. And then you buy the next one the next month. Like, you can treat it like a subscription, you know. If you buy it every single month, you basically, like I have, you're basically paying a subscription to the game. And I buy the Lunite Pass as well. So I'm like, what's is it tenner? A tenner, the podcast now? I forgot. Yeah, it is. And I'm paying the Lunite. So I'm paying like 15 quid a month to play it, really.
The Ring Pointillist Yisang released in May, and this ID was quite talked about regarding its power level. Some players thought that Project Moon was going to nerf him because of just how busted he is. Finally, the decision for the nerf was planned but ultimately cancelled. While there were nerfs of how Eagle Gifts worked with this kit, the kit itself is untouched. This was the correct move. The amount of drama and backlash the nerf would have received is just not worth it. So for now, this broken character is still dispensable as part of the general pool. Looks like I got some farming to do. And now I want to talk about the big one. You can be generous with the rewards given out, you can be responsive to player feedback, and you can have flashy and engaging gameplay. For the record, I don't judge a gacha game by its story in my reviews, since story is kinda subjective. What works for me...
Yeah, it's fair. Don't get me wrong, again, I don't think gacha games have to follow the rule, because, again, I don't come to gacha games for Shakespearean story, you know what I mean? But I expect a competent story. And obviously, a great story is even better. I do like good stories and world building in my games. I definitely do. And I think it makes gacha games even more interesting. But I can kind of, if the gameplay itself is really good, I can let it slide. I can. But it's definitely an important thing to have in the game.
It may not work for somebody else. I've spent most of my college days reading some of the best visual novels of all time. So when someone says that a gacha game has a good story, my standards are sky high. That being said, for whatever reason, gacha game stories are cursed to have an average beginning and only start to get good later on. Path to Nowhere being...
It's kind of real, actually, that is, isn't it? What gacha games start off banger in terms of story? You know, they're just out the gate, they're running, they're fire off the get-go. I've been enjoying Aether Gaze, but I think really with Aether Gaze, though, the story's just all right. It's just the VAs are really doing a good job. Nikkei, yeah, man. People keep saying that Nikkei's fire. We're going to be starting Nikkei tomorrow, so I'm going to get to experience it for myself.
Probably the only exception I've seen so far. Limbus' story, I mean, it's okay in the first 3 or so chapters, but it's clear that the quality has been ramping up. When I played Wuthering Waves at launch in May, one of my primary reasons to switch over from Genshin is that I thought I would be able to break away from the way Genshin writes their characters. It's not that the entirety of the story is bad, it's just I never felt any of the characters had much substance to them. As in, I didn't really want to learn more about them, even doing most of the character story content was just whatever. At least that's what it seemed like to me. I'll provide an example of this too.
That's fair.
When the Inazuma region first released, you had to complete Ayaka and Yoimiya's character stories to continue with the main chapter at all.
Fair than boring.
It happened 2 years ago, but I still remember this pretty deeply. There was an animated scene where she danced around in a pond, so I guess that counts for something. One thing about gacha games...
Right, reminded me of Final Fantasy X Luna doing the spirit dance. Is it Luna? Yuna, sorry. Doing the spirit dance a little bit. Yeah, I found that a bit boring, I did.
Is that due to its free-to-play model, the main way they make money is by having players pull on the characters. Meaning it's their job to sell these characters to you. May that be their backstory, their design.
Hey, this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying when it comes to gacha games. of course, you want a good story, right? The overarching story, the protagonist story, the journey that you're going on, the world, you know, that intertwines everything together. But the stories of the individual characters themselves are almost more important, in my opinion, because that's where you get your connection in the game for the most part. And that's what's going to drive you to pull characters even more. Obviously, visuals, kits, but feeling that connection to the character is going to make you want them in your arsenal and more likely to spend. And this is why I say that Wuthering Waves would be really benefiting themselves if this. Obviously, I want them to make a good main quest, right? A good main story. But I also want them to really spend some time with the characters, the rest of the roster. They're the best parts of the game. You know, don't be afraid to have an entire patch that ignores Rover's story and we concentrate on a bunch of the other characters for the entirety of the patch. I'm not even talking a companion quest. I'm talking this patch. Rover's irrelevant and we're going to be talking about other characters here. I think it's incredibly important. Of course, having a good story as well is important because it all connects everything together and there's an end goal, there's a journey, there's things to attain together, isn't there? And you have those hype moments. But I think having interesting backstories and connections with the waifus or the husbandos is really important.
Their gameplay, or in Zenless Zone Zero's case, how many gooners they can please. So as I played through Ayaka's story, I thought to myself, did I experience a lighthearted, hopeful story about Ayaka trying to find her brother, or did I just watch a 1 hour-long advertisement? I find that both Genshin...
Just got bored. I'm honestly, like, I really got bored throughout that audit. I just hit sorry because I'm lazy, blood to really read, but Nikkei's story is quite simple as in and easy to digest, but at the same time it's also easy and it caught my attention. That's fair. What's going on, Carl? Nobody starts playing a gacha game for the story. They mostly play for the characters. Yeah, for me, it's more gameplay. And characters are obviously important as well. But I think story is a big factor that keeps you hanging around, isn't it? Of course, gameplay is the most important thing at the end of the day. It's a game. Or I think if the story's dead, you kind of lose your motivation to care about the world, especially when it comes to story content. Which for a lot of the patches are major parts of the patches, aren't they? So you're having a major part of that patch which is just not that interesting, which I think it's important that it needs to be at least serviceable, interesting at least.
And Wuthering Waves has this way of writing that they never dive into themes that are too ambitious or off the mark. I mean, depicting someone get stabbed is just way too much, not very advertiser-friendly. Now, from a visual standpoint, these games are absolute spectacles. The animations and the character designs are all pretty top-notch. Wuthering Waves was able to distract me for a couple months with its post-apocalyptic world, though I could never feel that it completely escaped Genshin's method of writing stories. Let's compare the recent Shorekeeper story arc, for example. The story is essentially about this loyal companion that's waiting for the rover's return. It's a feel-good plot, and while the
gameplay is very recent, gacha games are always about new characters and worlds. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is one thing, like, kind of like Genshin kind of changed, didn't it? It broke out of the mold in a sense, and it like this is where like I feel Genshin is the reason why, especially in the West, a lot more people are interested in the space, because like prior to that it was like a gacha system and then you had little things to do here and there, but it was entirely about the gacha system for the most part, wasn't it? Now you've got a lot more games that are full-on games, almost AAA even, not quite, but, you know, definitely AA, big budget affairs that have a lot of stuff to do, and then they just happen to have a gacha system attached to them. And I feel like that's where the most successful gachas are going to go. You know, we're going to have more games that are more like Genshin, more like Wuthering Waves, more like Star Rail, more like Zenless, Project Mugen, you know, whatever you want to think of, where it feels like I could just enjoy this as a game as is, and the gacha system doesn't need to affect me if you're just playing it casually, at least. Anyway, you don't really care about the rest of it. There's a full game there, isn't there? And Genshin set that standard. You know, it changed the game. And I think that's why Wuthering Waves will always be referenced to Genshin in that regard. And that's why, like, I scoff a little bit when I see people in the community and CCs making out that Genshin's copying Wuthering Waves for a grapple. It's like, fuck off. It's like, come on, man, stop being disingenuous.
Backdrops at times are jaw-droppingly beautiful. I think most players would agree that the story arc is just decent. For me, decent is just okay. and I definitely had some fun exploring Wuthering Waves' world, though the story being presented like this doesn't really motivate me to learn more about the characters. But at least Wuthering Waves lets you skip these, unlike Genshin. One thing that stuck out to me with Limbus Company is that the art feels really distinct. It's not afraid to depict mature themes, and for once the character in the world has a lot of substance. I think Limbus' cast is one of the strongest I've seen in a gacha game. Throughout this year, only Limbus and one other gacha game got me genuinely interested in the characters and its world, enough for me to be okay with dropping money on it and committing to it in the long term. You can pause the video now to guess what the other game is. Believe it or not, it's the upcoming game Heaven Burns Red coming to global later this year. I find that the story for these games are still character focused, but it comes off as more organic, as it's more about their dynamics with the world and each other, instead of only having set dynamics with the main protagonist. I've said this in a previous video, but something
I have said this multiple times. That's the biggest problem with the story in Wuthering Waves, is everything centers around Rover. And I've had people say, well, she's the fucking protagonist, or he's a protagonist, what do you expect? It's like, well, I expect something beyond that. I don't want everybody just to fawn at my feet. You know, I want some interpersonal relationships between the characters, because the least interesting part of Wuthering Waves is Rover. You know, they're a plot device, and that's interesting, but as a character, who cares about Rover? You don't. You know, that most of the time she's just doing this and replying to statements being made by other characters. The rest of the roster's the most important. Hey, I would like Rover to become more interesting. I definitely would. But yeah, man, the interpersonal relationships between the characters and their interactions with the world is definitely the best part of these games.
love to see in gacha games is when characters interact with each other, not just to the player. That being said, judging from my hard stop in story progression later, you might think that I won't be seeing Kanto 6 and onwards for a while.
If the character's just literally walking around going, oh, you're amazing, it's like, after, like, I guess that first Guna moment for a lot of people's over, it's like, okay, alright, cool, leave me alone, please, you know? Like having a little puppy pawing at you constantly, although, actually, it's not, because I love dogs, and I'd let that happen all day long, but you know, you get what I'm saying? So like, yeah, man, I want less of that. I definitely want, if there's one thing, well, two things, because I really want some better endgame. If there's two things I could ask to the Kuro devs, and I could speak to them face to face, I would say, please change the way you do the story. You know, make the characters more realistic in that sense. Let us have disagreements. Let other people not be such massive fans of me. Let's see other things. That's one thing I'd definitely ask for.
I'm being too quick to type those skill issue comments because, as you know, spite is one of the most powerful motivators. That only fuels me even more. This got me thinking. Sinking is my only decently built team, but given my experiences with this slashy boy, I'm dead by turn 4 anyways. Why does it matter if his sanity is lowered? This guy clearly cheats. I need a way to cheat back. I know how Sinking Deluge works, I know how Wild Hunt Heathcliff works. I'm thinking we lock in. Who needs to clash when you can go face? I can tank these hits, save the blunt skills until Kim gets staggered, and so comes the ultimate turn. Since this fight is pretty much a DPS check and there's no way to stop Kim from using this broken skill unless you roll really high, I just needed to do enough damage to reach his stagger threshold. And well, a miracle finally happened. Now all that's left to do is to DPS him down. Use the blunt skill saved up earlier, use the Sinking Deluge nuke, hit him with the ego since Gregor sucks at, and what do you know? You thought it couldn't be done. You thought I had a skill issue. You better delete that comment right now. After that, I just ran with the Sinking team for the rest of the story I missed. It performed surprisingly well in Kanto 6. I'm starting to think this Wild Hunt Heathcliff guy is pretty good. After clearing Kanto 6, Refraction Railway unlocked, which I'm a little bit surprised by since Season 4 is over and it's still available. I managed to get through the first two sections, and while I'm sure I can probably make it past Section 3 as
Rover Glaze has to go away, but CM players say, nah, I think a story for characters just give more what to expect, but if the story is irrelevant, of course, I'm in shock and awe with combat and such, but in the end game, I'll just wait to get to pull a new unit and do dailies, weeklies, and turn off. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Genshin set the standard for modern open world gacha. Agree. But you see players say, nah, yeah, hopefully, like, obviously, again, don't want to get into all the sensitive stuff, but we know that they're not 100% accurate, but, like, the trends are there. If we continue to see this contraction of the spending in China, and global, you know, obviously we don't know PC numbers, so we don't know if it, like, it might be massive on PC and China, and global continues to, you know, stay steady, and if the numbers are correct and global's, you know, outspending CN, can we hope that that isn't always the case? Kuro start to go, okay, you know what? As we're a company that listens, let's start listening to the people who are spending money with us more, and maybe stop taking so much stock in what China's saying. Maybe that's a little bit naive and hopeful of me. And in 6 months' time, we might just see the revenue just being skyrocketing in China compared to global, because it tends to happen when games are doing well. China always seems to be the biggest part, doesn't it? But yeah, that's the thing for me. That's the benefit of maybe seeing less spending in China. Obviously, some people are going, games dying, but it's like, well, at the end of the day, I'd rather global be doing better, because then global players are going to get listened to more. And I suppose when you're from certain areas, that's a benefit for you, isn't it, really? We need someone to either distrust Rover or outright hate her. Story needs balance. Not everyone is going to like it. Agree.
As well, I just kinda gave up on it since I don't really want to spend that much time on challenge content. I'll be slowly making my way through all the intervalos in Kanto 7 eventually. I grinded Mirror Dungeon quite a bit this past couple weeks, though I'll probably be dedicating more of my time to Heaven Burns Red when it drops next month. That's kinda like my return to this game. I think there's a lot to like about Limbus Company. Its mechanics are pretty complex for a gacha game, so for a new player, understanding it could take a while, but it's pretty satisfying when you pull up.
Just looking at the UI, like all this shit that's going on here, like, there's a lot of shit going on.
Those big numbers. It's good to see a game that doesn't focus on the Gooner aspect. If you enjoy gacha-related content like this, you know what to do. So after all that, I will say, Limbus Company do be Limbussin'. I need to go.
It's a good video that was, yeah. I'm going to have to try out Limbus Company. I like that. I like this dude as well. He makes good content, actually. Well, it's not like Saint, but it's that sort of type of content, but, you know, it's fairer, it's better, and he's covering more stuff as well, and it's a little bit more unbiased, because that's what Saint does lean into, doesn't he? He's just the glaze side of the community, you know. CBT this year was based. I love it. Right? Yeah. CN's opinion will always be more relevant from what most gacha companies, because they just spend way more than it. Yeah, agree. Well, that's why I say, like, if the trends are correct, you know what? I know everybody hates gacha revenue, but have they updated? Has Sensor data been updated? Let's have a look. Because it was pretty low. No, it hasn't. Okay. It's because it was pretty low in China, wasn't it? You know, at the mini, obviously these numbers are not correct, but I think it's probably safe to say that the fact that Global's spending more than China, probably safe to assume, you know, could be incorrect, or I'd lean more into believing that's true than the actual numbers themselves. So if this stays the same, at some point you would think Kuro would start to listen to Global more, well, you would hope, or unless they're just in the hope that this is going to one day out, you know, completely dust this number. But it's a dangerous game to play. It's probably find themselves in a hard place of like, well, we want to cater to Global, but do we really want to burn the bridges with China because they might come back? So, you know, it's a hard one to guess, really. Gotta be full so can we will see make less than Global. I don't know, there could be a myriad of reasons. Apparently there's been some drama. Some people are not happy over in China with Wuwa. There's a lot more gacha games in China as well. So I think just the competition's probably higher. Maybe there's a lot more people in China now on PC who are just playing it on PC because the game just isn't great for mobile. Maybe the numbers are way out of line, and that's incorrect totally, and the numbers are off. You know, it could be that. I don't. It's an assumption, and of course, the sensitivity data we spoke about before is estimated, but they are an analytics company that, you know, are a leader in that marketplace. So, you know, of course, I know the gacha revenue data itself is extrapolated a little bit and calculated on top, with some guesstimates on top of guesstimates. So, you know, you could be correct. It might be. And I won't stand here and die on that hill at all. I'll never say that. I just think that the trends are probably somewhat correct to a degree. There's going to be margins of error, of course. And maybe it is. Maybe it's just looking, this month's just totally off. But I'd be interested if it continues like that. I think if it continues like that month in, month out, I think it's something to look at and be like, okay, maybe this trend isn't wrong here. It's like a review, but be more honest and actually take it talking about its flaws instead of complete glaze. Yeah, agree. More gacha. I wish you continued. Health gacha games can burn out lots of people. True. According to the numbers, Loving Deep Space is the highest. I watched trailers that, yeah, and it gives Snowbreaker a run for its money. Yeah, obviously I'd love to know the numbers, but we'll never know the numbers unless like they put out quarterly financials. Private companies anyway. I don't know how many of these companies actually are on stock markets and stuff. That's only when you'll get official information and you'll be able to get it publicly accessible from companies because they have to put out these reports, aren't they, for investors and stuff. Oh yeah, definitely. That's why gacha games are the way they are. That's exactly why the way they are, because of people only being able to play games for a certain amount of times in certain areas. All right, Robert, no worries, dude. Catch you later, man. Off to get fish and chips. Enjoy, fella. I'll never take gacha revenue seriously, even for the drama. I wasn't doing it because it's stupid and childish. Oh, I don't take it seriously, you know. I've got a critical enough mind to know that, you know, them numbers don't mean shit. It's more the trends I'm looking for. You know what I mean? It's just the trends, really. I couldn't give a shit where games are on the list because, like, people love to be like, well, this has made this, and it's like, I don't care. I don't care if the game's got to play any. It's just like the trends, and it's more the spending for me. What interests me within regions in terms of how a developer's going to go about working with the game, if the numbers are correct, anyway. But some people take it as gospel, and it's like, you know, oh, that's it, man. And then even if like it was correct, who gives a fuck? Do you even know how many people in CN has Android? I heard they multiply. Yes, well, because there's other gacha revenue charts. That gacha revenue chart do it by 1.75. So basically, if there's an estimate of $1 million, which is an estimate from Sensor Tower of $1 million on iOS, they'll take that and calculate it and be like, right, China spent what 2.75 on both Android and iOS altogether, which is probably an overestimate anyway. Because in all the other regions, again, numbers are probably not correct. It seems to be kind of similar. So if it's 5 million iOS, it's like 4 million, 5.5, 6 million on Android, which I know percentage-wise is quite of a big jump, but in terms of raw numbers, it's not that big of a difference. So it seems to be kind of even, really. But I don't know, man. Apple is quite big in China, isn't it? But at the same time, you know, Android is as well, because you've got, you've got a few Android manufacturers in China, haven't you? You got what, Huawei and a bunch of others, haven't you? So I would imagine there's a vast number of people on Android out in China. I think they simply made the Wuthering Waves serve as a medium for players to self-insert. Yeah, it's definitely a self-insert. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I'm fine with self-inserts sometimes. I just think Wuthering Waves leans into it too much. It feels like the way I describe Wuthering Waves, it feels a bit like a Groundhog Day. The one that less felt like that was Yinlin's story, but even then to the end of that kind of felt like that. And Jian's a little bit less because he wasn't like glazing so much and fawning, but it just feels like Groundhog Day. You meet the character, instantly the character's like, oh, you're the best guy ever. You know, we know about you. You're here to save us. We'll trust you with everything. You know what I mean? It's like even like with Jian and the whole Threnodian thing. Jian was just like, I guess you're the general now. You decide the war plan, you know? Which I never quite got. It just didn't feel natural. Like, I'd have rather sat there and watched Jian, who is the general, be the general. You know, you've built this character up to be this badass general. Let's see him do general shit. I want to see him ordering people around and coming up with a really cool strategy and being like, right, this is why I'm that guy, because I'm that guy. It's like console war shit. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Flame Wars, man. Massively. And a lot of the time, it's grown-ass men doing it as well, which is kind of weird. I would imagine a lot of people are on Android because yeah, Huawei, yeah. I can't. There's a few others as well, actually. See if there's any sort of stats here we can have a look at. Some of the biggest Android platforms in China include Huawei, Oppo's a software, Vivo, Tencent, my app. We want hardware. Biggest Android hardware platforms. Here we go. Go click China. A breakdown of the China's Android market. Well, there you go. It kind of makes sense, and I guess to 1.75% it then, because it is massively. This is 2 years old, like, but what's that? 78% is it there? I can barely see it because of the color. To 20%, so probably fair actually to say 1.75 because Android dwarfs fucking iOS. I didn't think it was that much. I knew they liked Apple's products in China, but damn, bro, that's insane. Shit. Samsung 0.02%. When globally, I bet Samsung's a massive representation, isn't it? Because, like, Samsungs are everywhere. Symbian OS, what the fuck that is. Linux, BlackBerry. Man, I remember when everybody had Blackberries. People still use Windows phones. Shit, bro. All right, there we go. Kind of makes sense then, I guess. You can understand the calculations then. Maybe it's an underestimate then. 1.75, you know? Again, that don't mean it's right. I'm not saying it mean it right, but like that, maybe that. I thought that was an overestimate, but shit, man. Android dwarfs iOS in China. That's crazy. All right. Guess it makes sense when they've got domestic corporations, and that's one thing that China do that like countries in the West used to do. They encourage people to buy Chinese, don't they? Where like in the West, it's just like buy whatever's the cheapest or the best. Which at the end of the day is great for the consumer, but it's not necessarily great for the domestic companies, I guess, is it? Where people in China are encouraged to buy Chinese, aren't they? Like it used to be a thing in America, didn't it? Buy American with cars, you know. Not so much anymore. People want to buy international, don't they? Oh, nah. Emerald General's the guy. I just wish we'd have been showing him as the guy a little bit more. I don't think game company would easily give out their access to data leaks like Revenue can easily shoot themselves. Oh yeah, definitely. Like the way Sensitive, from what I'm aware, get their data. So you know when you download an app and they're like, what do we do with your third part? What you do with your data? We shared it with third parties. Sensitive are likely those third parties. You know, they want to know your habits when you're logging on, what you're doing, how long you're on an app. The different things like that. They can't exactly see your spending habits, but they'll estimate it from that. And they use AI and everything, like, and they're used by a lot of companies. So some of the data must be at least semi-verifiable, and companies themselves, I think, use Sensitive sometimes to reflect their own data themselves to see if it matches their actual data and whether they should be doing things better. Like, well, we're not making as much money as this thing's saying we probably should be or maybe would be. What are we doing wrong? And then they can use the habits of people to potentially like up their game. That's from what I'm aware of, what I think anyway. But you can also install, I think, a Sensitive app on your phone, which I bet most people don't do. So then it can kind of track what you're doing as well. And then like they'll probably use a bunch of other different stuff as well. So it's estimations, but it's like an educated guess, really. You know what I mean? So this is why I say the trends themselves are probably somewhat correct, but they're never going to be exact because they're going off time spent in apps, how much they're downloaded, when people are on them. So it's there's definitely going to be some correlation between that and spending, isn't there? But the exact numbers, nah, they ain't going to have that. Unless a company's a public company, it's on the stock market and it has to put out its data. Yeah, I've never had an iPhone. Never. I always had a couple of iPhones back in the day. Always been Android. Well, I did have a Windows phone at one point as well. Piece of shit though. It was one of those, what's it? Was it the Nokia? Was it the Lumia? Was it the Lumia? Lumia? Yeah. In the day. I had one of them. It's a piece of shit. The OS was so trash. Yeah, Android's open. See, like, one of the main benefits for uh, uh, Apple is like first party propriety, support, and security. Like, Apple is more secure. Like, iPhones are more secure than Android phones, or Android phones are like PCs basically, in the sense that they're open. You know, you're going to find less hackers on a PlayStation, but you're going to be able to do way more stuff on a PC. You know what I mean? It's kind of that vibe, really. The operating systems are more open. You can do more things with them. But then, like, you've got like more security and other benefits to Apple as well. And for a long time, you had a technological advantage with Apple, but that's kind of diminished now. If not, there's probably a lot of Android phones out there that are probably doing better things than Apple, because Apple have kind of fell off, haven't they, in advancing the tech side of things. Like, I think I read, sorry. In most Asian countries, iPhone feels too expensive and waste of money. Probably, yeah, probably. It's probably not so much in China, because they're manufactured in China, aren't they? So, you know, when something's manufactured in a country, you're not having to worry about, you know, potential tariffs, the cost of transporting, you know, all that sort of stuff as well. So, and currency differences as well. So, like, they're probably a lot easier for people in China to buy than the surrounding countries in Asia. But obviously, they're going to probably be, you know, there's probably going to be some sort of incentives from the Chinese government for things like Huawei, because that's their link with the government. You know, they'll probably get some sort of like tax cuts or subsidies that they can just sell the phones for cheaper than the iPhones, way cheaper. You know what I mean? It just makes it more desirable to go and get a Huawei phone than it would be to get an Apple phone. Which is smart. It's smart, you know. There's a reason why China's economy has been absolutely on the march for the last 20 years. Yeah, I was actually kind of interested to see that number. I didn't think the disparity was that high between Android and Apple. It doesn't surprise me, in the sense that I guess it makes sense when you think about it, but I didn't think it was going to be that large. I'm shocked by the gap. I expected Androids to be more popular, but I thought it'd be like more like, you know, 50 to 60% of people were potentially maybe using Android, and the rest was like split up between Apple and like other operating systems. But to be 78%, it's like, it's massive. Like, absolutely dwarfs it, doesn't it? Huge. It's bloody big. It's massive. Humongous. All right, let's play some games then. Let's play some PGR, shall we? Should we play some PGR? Just gonna make myself a cup of tea first, I'll chat. Back in a sec. If you haven't already liked the stream as well, guys, drop a like. Get my video out there uploaded earlier as well. Is it doing all right at all? I don't know. Is it a dead up one? Because the last couple of videos have been a bit shit in performance. Yeah, it's not really doing that great, if I'm honest. Go show it some love, though. It's not doing terrible, actually. Click-through rate's not great, though, but hey, it is what it is. Back in a sec. Instead of buying an iPhone for performance, just buy it. Yeah, man, it's just the fucking phones are expensive, aren't they? Super expensive. They get you nowadays, aren't they? With the dumbass deals. It's basically you're taking out a loan, a super high interest loan, really. What's going on, Nico? Welcome back. All right, let's jump into this then. Yeah, you can see at the mini, we've got a few gacha games on here. Some of these are not gacha games as well. Some of my games aren't even on my, what's he got Valorant over here. But at the mini, we got this, I forgot what it's called, man. Final Fantasy fucking gacha game. I've never played it. It's supposed to be trash as well, isn't it? Actually, we got Snowbreak, Limbus, Solo, Honkai Star Rail, Reverse 1999, PGR, Terra Fantasy, Genshin, Albion Online's an MMO, but you know, Brain Dust, Aether, Starseed, which I still haven't played, Sword of Convaleria, Cat Fantasy. I'm ashamed, but I have no shame, so not really. Guild Wars is obviously not. Genshin again, because one of them's like, I think one of them's the epic version. ZZZ, Woowa, on Game Impact 3rd, still not played it. AFK Journey and Nikkei. We're going to get round to playing these all at some point on stream. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Need to charge your phone nowadays. So yeah, that disparity is insane now, man. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hold up. Oh, sorry. No, we said we're just going to start the game. But what's this video Kazahana's made?
So, Wuthering Waves has a big issue at the moment, and well, it's...
The thumbnail? What's going on with the thumbnail here? It's got Saint Tontas on the thumbnail. I mean Sol, sorry. Fox Sol on the thumbnail. Saint Tontas, idiot. I've got Saint Tontas on the brain, man. Am I turning into a Saint Simp? Headset's disconnected. I wonder why I aren't getting any audio then. Audio, sorry. Okay. Alright, let's check this. Check this video out then. See what's going on here. We know Fox over here. I kind of like Fox, so... Okay, I'm assuming he's talking about Fox, because that's Fox's avatar, isn't he? Kazahana, Wuthering Waves, biggest haters are out of control. Well, Fox is not a Woo-a hater. Okay, is this taken out of context? Okay, alright, let's have a look at it then. Wuthering Waves, biggest haters are out of control. Kazahana video. Let's see what he's got to say about this then.
Wuthering Waves has a big issue at the moment. And, well, it's not anything really to do with the game. As you know, every single month, Wuthering Waves and also a ton of other gacha games get involved in this big thing called the Gacha revenue chart. Now, obviously...
The big PvP fight. That's what we need to start doing. Like, the spokespeople, right, from each game who are like the people who are online, you know, glazing each game. We need to start a battle royale. We drop them out of a plane, right, onto an island, and they just have to fight it out. Last man standing, that's the best gacha game, right? That's it. That's how we got to do it now. It's the only fair way I see that we can do it, chat. You know? Just throw them all in, full-on PvP, no holds barred.
This is the Gacha revenue chart. It's a big website which shows off all the revenue of every single Gacha
you mean
game
Twitter
coming
threads?
out. Then you'll know that I don't really cover it whenever it comes out, just due to the kind of inaccuracy of the information. Now, is this Gacha revenue's fault? No, not really. I do think there are some things that they could do to kind of clarify and add a disclaimer.
There is a disclaimer. There is a disclaimer. Fair enough. I'll concede. Maybe it should be on the front page. But where it's posted to Reddit, there is a disclaimer there as well. So, like, there is a disclaimer. Maybe it should be a bit more front and center.
To a lot of the, you know, information they're putting out. But overall, I still think it is a, you know, alright indicator at, you know, judging how good a game is actually doing. But for me, it just personally doesn't feel right, as it's literally just made up information. And well, there's been a big situation going on in the community recently involving some content creators and also just people in the comments surrounding the Gacha revenue chart, and also a lot of stuff to do with the revenue of Wuthering Waves, which I just really wanted to talk about in this video, because again, this is something that I don't really talk about too much on this channel, and I just wanted to go over it and just kind of explain my point of view.
What does he talk too much about on this channel? The Gacha revenue?
Revenue of Wuthering Waves, which I just really wanted to talk about in this video, because Again, this is something that I don't really talk about too much on this channel, and I just wanted to go over it and just kind of explain my point of view from this entire thing, and how this can actually change in the future. But before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go to my Twitch where I'm going to be live. I definitely recommend going over there. It'll be down in the pinned comment down below or in the description. You can go there, follow me, and then you'll get notified as soon as I go live. So I definitely recommend going over there, as we're going to be covering a lot of Wuthering Waves and also gacha content. And yeah, I'll see you guys.
Guys, may I swear some good open world gacha games other than Wuthering and Genshin? Oh, slim pickings, man, if I'm honest. Tower of Fantasy? It's more like an MMO light, sort of like a single player MMO in a way. There is like obviously multiplayer stuff as well, but there's a lot of people that wouldn't consider that in there. It's definitely not got the sort of level of quality and polish of both of those two games, but off the top of my head now, in terms of games that are out globally, fully launched, I can't think of any that are open world like that. There's Azure Premilia coming, but obviously that's not out. We've got Nevernis to Evernis coming. Arknight Enfields is semi-open world. Yeah, at the minute, I don't know. I'd like to try Since We're is pretty dry now. Yeah, your best bet may be Tower of Fantasy at the moment. Other than that, maybe try some like the semi-instant stuff, maybe. I hate drama, that's why I don't interact with other gacha communities. What I play, yeah, I feel yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll react to this sort of content sometimes because I'm the sort of person that, like, I'll sit on the sides eating my popcorn, watching other people fight about stuff. Yeah, even though I stream and I love video games, I very rarely, you won't find me in many Discords at all for games unless it's like trying to get access to a beta or something like that. I don't spend time in game communities, in Reddit, in Discord, on Twitter, wherever it might be, because I just think that most communities end up being unhinged at the end of it, you know? This is not just a gacha thing, like, it's a gaming thing, and I just like to keep myself to myself, man, and do my own thing.
Over there. But let's get back into the video. So this month's gacha revenue chart showed us that Wuthering Waves actually lost money by going down to 9.75 million compared to that 11.5 million last month, which again I don't think is a massive downfall or anything like that, but what a lot of players took this as was the end of Wuthering Waves, which I think is definitely blowing stuff way out of proportion, and it seems like a lot of people, especially who hate the game, just want to see it doing bad.
It's such a weird thing though, isn't it, that? Like, I kind of understand the more end of service, you know, people just trying to rile other communities up. But why would you hate the game? It's like I had a comment on my last video, actually. Not my last video, but it was talking about, I can't remember exactly which video it was now, so I don't want to say what I was talking about. But the person, somebody said about Wuthering Waves and the combat, and basically said the game's got nothing good about it. And I was like, that's fair, you know, if you don't like the game, but the combat's good. And he was like, nah, if you've played any action games, combat sucks. And I'm just like, really? Does he? Okay. But like, to hate a game's kind of weird. Like, you can dislike a game and not want to play, but to hate it, it's a bit odd.
And will clutch at literally anything, because if we've known from previous, you know, gacha revenue charts and also just basic common sense, then you'll know that 9.75 million isn't bad. That is actually very good money for a company. And
this is the thing as well. These numbers, okay, we're not going to get into the numbers again, but even if the numbers were exactly right on, the problem is people look at the top of the chart and think, well, if you ain't earning that, end of service, bro. You know, anything above a few million a month for a lot of these companies is a crap ton of money, especially when they've only got, like, some of them anywhere from half a dozen to, you know, a couple of dozen developers. That's a lot of cash, that is.
And also, we're not even factoring in any other kind of, you know, sources, like PC sources, or any other kind of, you know, monetary sources, which might not even involve the gacha system in the game. Which again, I think is a huge problem that's been going on in the community recently, and I've seen it a lot in my comment section. And not just in my comment section as well, it's also been in Twitter communities and also other people's comment sections, which have just been people saying, oh, I thought the game was dead, or the game is dead, or something like that. They're saying, oh, why are you still covering?
I will say here, though, what he's talking about here, he's kind of like reacting to the tribal mentality of people talking about the gacha revenue chart. But if we're going to be honest here, and I like to be truthful, I'm not attacking Kaza, but Kaza definitely plays into the tribal mentality of the communities. Like, a lot of his content is, you know, very much hyperglazing Wuthering Waves and making comparisons to the Genshin slop sometimes. You know, I think he's literally used those words, you know, in regards to some of the stuff with Genshin, and pointing out all the flaws of Genshin, and, you know, even just little things like, oh, the game's allowed 120 FPS on pretty much all devices and making out like that was some major thing from the company when it's really not. Who cares if you got 120 FPS if your phone can barely run the game at 7 frames a second? Whoop-de-doo, you know? So like I do definitely think it leans into that like tribal mentality. So you got to expect that when you're part of that tribal mentality of catering to it, that there's going to be a tribal mentality potentially in your comment section as well. You know what I mean?
It is dead, which I think is the most stupid thing ever. Now, obviously, there is a lot of people out there who are just saying it as a joke, and I totally get that.
Yeah,
obviously, if you want to say, oh,
that's me. That's why, like I say, you know, I don't like the disingenuous comparisons sometimes when people have been like, they've really been truthful in what they're saying. I'll make comparisons because, like, I just think it's funny sometimes just to take the piss out of video game culture in general and games as well. You know, it ain't that deep, is it? But some people really get in the feels about it.
oh, Wuthering Waves is dead as a joke. I even do it. It's the funniest thing ever. But there is a lot of people out there who genuinely think the game is dying because it's making $9 million. Whereas if we look at some of the other stats on the board, a lot of these games are still surviving, including Snowbreak, you know, Honkai Impact 3rd. All of these games are surviving on 3 million, let alone 9 million. And even if we keep going down, Brown does
I'm going to get into it because I do reference the chart in sort of trends. But now we're speaking about how he doesn't listen to the chart because it's made up, and then he's referencing the chart to point out why games are not dead.
on 1 million.
A lot of,
you know, that's
I've noticed a lot of people in the community do this and content creators. You know, as I've said, you guys understand my position on the chart. We know it's not accurate. The trend's probably somewhat correct though, we can assume. But a lot of people will say it's bollocks and then reference it to back up their points when they're making points, which is just a bit wild to me.
still a pretty big game, and they're only making that much. I mean, people aren't really calling that one dead, but for some reason Wuthering Waves is dead because it's making 9. I just don't think that's the case. I think people need to be more realistic whenever it comes to the revenue. Obviously, we're not going to be making 52 million like Genshin Impact, unless, you know, maybe they make a big update or something like that, or they add in a couple of new things which help to, you know, boost the revenue. But for the time being, Wuthering Waves isn't going to be catching up to that, and I think that's what a lot of people need to understand. And obviously, there seems to be a big kind of hate wave coming over for this stuff, whether that's from, you know, ex-Hoyoverse fans or even current Hoyoverse fans, or just people that want to, you know, see the game fail, which I just don't think is very constructive at all, and it just kind of, you know, hurts a lot of the community. Now, there was another factor that a lot of people brought up, which was the fact that, you know, about Gacha revenue's legitimacy and how accurate a lot of that information is, because if you go to the FAQ, you can actually see here that they're using a multiplier to actually get the Android revenue for China. So again, it is kind of bad that, you know, they are just doing guesswork and kind of multiplying stuff just to get a number.
Or if they don't have the data, what are they supposed to do? I guess they could just not reflect it at all and just give the iOS data. That's a fair point. I suppose that's a fair point. He's not making that point, but I'm just saying they could do that, I guess.
Or a revenue chart, which, again, is something that I covered in one of my videos. It's called Wuthering Waves revenue numbers were a lie all along. I covered this a month ago. And, you know, a lot of people saw it, a lot of people agreed with it.
See, it's that thing now there where people say it's a lie. I don't necessarily think it's a lie. I just think it's just probably incorrect, you know? That's all it is for me. You know, it's like polls. At the end of the day, most polls are bullshit, aren't they, for elections? They're not well, I don't know, actually, some of them probably a little bit are, but you know what I mean? They're usually just guesses. They go around, they poll a few people. It's like when you see companies saying that 72% of people think that this makes your dick bigger, and it's like they've asked like 300 people. It's like, well, they're not lying, because 72% of that 300 people said that, but let's like look at the bigger picture. It's probably incorrect. Lie and being incorrect are two different things, aren't they?
Obviously, there was a couple of people that disagreed with it because, again, they think that I'm coping or something like that. But the real truth is that there is this kind of guesswork being done in the Gacha revenue chart, which I don't think is a bad thing for Gacha revenue, to be honest. I think the Gacha revenue can do that if they want, but the thing is, they do need to add some kind of disclaimer to the total revenue, especially on places like r/Gacha Gaming,
they do,
who,
don't they?
let's just be real, they are so dumb that, you know, they're going to take everything at face value. And
I am sure that there is a notification on the post when it goes up each month that it explains it. Yeah, am I wrong? I'm sure I've seen that before when I've seen the revenue chart posted up. There's a pinned comment underneath it stating that, or am I just imagining that? And I'm not defending r/gacha gaming here.
and say
I'm just
that this
saying,
is the
you know,
real
I gotta
kind of
call it as I
revenue
see.
when that isn't the case at all. So especially on places like that where this revenue chart gets shared, you definitely need some kind of disclaimer just at the top being like, hey, these are all kind of estimates, or these are, you know, some of this is multiplied. Just kind of giving people a rundown, because not everyone goes into an FAQ. And I do understand that, you know, some people, you know, can just click 2 buttons and see that it's exactly there. But the matter of the fact is that nobody actually really does that. All they care about is the big flashy number that's on the screen. And if you've got something on the screen telling them, hey,
Again, though, more fool them.
you know, just be careful, some of this is
Yeah.
estimates, then I think it would be much better and much more people would be drawn to it. So that is a change that I'd want to see Gacha Revenue make. And maybe if they do that, I'll come back and actually start to make more content on it. I don't
Oh my god, get lost, man. Are you really telling me that's why you don't do the gacha chart? Because that was a point that Saint Tontas made. Like, come on, man. Like, that, again, you know what I mean with this stuff. Like, is he genuinely saying if there was a little thing at the top saying that this is estimated, be like, well, oh, that's it now, I'll report on it, you know, as if it's like something to report on. I feel like he's just saying this here because Saint made a big point of that, if I'm honest. I really do. Like, maybe I'm tripping. You know, no hate towards Kaza, but come on, man. That if that's all that it takes to make you report on it, then that's a very small thing.
really know. Again, it is kind of interesting.
You know, if you want to report on it, just say that. Oh, by the way, guys, this is the deal. I'll give you the FAQ up front here.
Either way. But then obviously Saint Tontas also made a video on this, pretty much saying the same thing that I said in my video, and it got met with a ton of support, but also a little bit of hate as well. Now obviously he goes through, you know, pretty much the same points, going through the FAQ,
That's
stuff
true,
like that,
Uncle.
and also, you know, where they get their information from. And honestly, it's a great video. I really like it. And Saint Tontas does a ton of really cool stuff for the community. And, you know, if you've been on my second channel, I react to a lot of his videos, you know. He's bringing up some very
Gobble,
good
gobble,
points
gobble.
here. Now, one content creator in particular called
Man, this is, you know, maybe I'm just a bit more nihilistic and I'm a little bit more, I don't want to use the word negative, but like, I just feel like, I don't know what it is, man. Like, it's, you know, this like, sometimes this need to glaze specific things, you know, and like not call it as you see it kind of thing.
Foxsoul. He actually made a video on this, kind of saying that Saint Tontas is a liar and that, you know, it's not a scam and stuff like that. Now,
I will say though, I think that's where Fox made the mistake. I don't think he needed to apologise to this, right? I think it was the wrong thing to say he was a liar. You know, I'm not saying that because I don't think he was necessarily lying, saying, but I think he was just being a bit disingenuous. You know what I mean, in the way he came about it. And at the end of the day, you know, he was making a video. It was, you know, the title was out there to get people in and stuff like, you know, it's content. I understand the game. But at the same time, I think when you're going to make these statements, you're going to understand that other people are going to counter it. I just think Fox probably didn't as eloquently put it as he could have been. The thing is though, Fox is passionate, you know what I mean? I think that's what it was. Like, you know, and when you're doing a stream of consciousness, some, you know, a conscious thought, like you say shit, don't you? You know what I mean?
oh, I don't think Sensor Tower is a scam. I think that is
It's just ridiculous, like this chart's getting all these people beefing with each other. You know? Like, don't get me wrong, I made a video pointing out that I disagreed with the premise of what Saint was saying. I don't disagree that the information's incorrect, but I just disagreed with his premise. But I suppose I probably did it in a more fair way, I guess, really, because that was one of my more disliked videos, but it's got more likes and dislikes. And a lot of people in the comment section can see where I'm coming from. And there's people who totally disagree with me. But at the end of the day, you're always going to get people who are going to disagree with you.
wrong way to kind of call it. I do think that it's less of a scam and more of like misleading and misinformation, because I think a scam kind of involves like purchasing something in the first place. But again,
Okay, fair play to Kazuya, because this is what I was saying. There's no money transaction going on, so it's not a scam. So I'll give him credit there. All right, I respect that. He's actually said that, because, you know, calling it a scam, that was the thing that got me. Because I was like, well, it's not a scam, is it really? It might be incorrect, but a scam. What? It's a scam because people are using it to beat each other over the stick. It's like the meme in The Simpsons where the monkeys are fighting and everybody's cheering. That's the gacha companies and that's the gacha communities. You know, they're fighting each other and all the companies are just smoking cigars and burning dollar notes. You know what I mean? Going, thanks, guys.
Again, if you want to call it a scam for thumbnail purposes, then I think that's totally fine. But obviously Foxhole comes in and says that it's not a scam and tries to come up with these weird ways in saying that it's not, and, you know, pretty much conveying that he doesn't like Saint Tontas. Now, why am I showing this video? Well, it's because he actually deleted the video where he actually calls out Saint Tontas, and yeah, so that kind of proves, you know, how right he was if the video isn't even up anymore.
Not really. In my opinion. I think Fox, in my opinion, probably shouldn't use the terms like calling him a liar and made it more personal, because you should always attack the argument and not the person, so to speak. That's what I'll try to do. I'll take the piece sometimes and I'll throw ad hominems at people, but it's more just, I'm not genuinely attacking that person's character. We're just trying to have fun, really, and be entertaining. But, you know, you should always attack the argument, and I think maybe he did in a little bit there, which is fair, okay, you know. But just because you've took a video down, I guess it makes it look like you're accepting you're wrong, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong.
And in this video, he actually apologizes to Saint Tontas and also to me, which again, I find absolutely crazy, seeing as I have not made a single video on this or anything like that. Maybe he saw me, you know, type in a chat or something. But again, it is good to see that he's apologizing to us about this, but also the video does come off a little bit weird, a little bit later on, where, you know, you say, oh, I'm sorry for this, but then you go on like a 10-minute rant, you know, talking about pretty much the same stuff you were. Again, it doesn't come off as very apologetic whenever you do that. So again, if you're trying...
Well, no, I think because what he's saying is, because I watched that video, it was more, I apologise for what I said about you, but I still have the opinion on what you said is wrong, which is fair, because, you know, we've all had those times, I guess, we're all human, where we've disagreed with somebody, but we've been a little bit too vehement about it, and maybe we've said something where you're a prick, you're just wrong, and then you're like, oh, well, I shouldn't have called you a prick, I apologise for that, but I still stand by what I said. You know, I think that's kind of what he was doing, really, wasn't he?
While I do an apology, I would definitely just leave that out. If you wanted to talk about that more in another video, then maybe do that. But again, it still wouldn't come off as so apologetic. But it seems like he is trying to kind of, you know, fix his ways with the Wuthering Waves community. Now, obviously, there's a lot of people in his community that have come from mine and Saint Tontas' community, and also so many others who maybe don't like me, or don't like Saint Tontas, or don't like someone else, which, again, is totally valid. You know, not everyone is going to click. I don't really care if you like me or not. You can like me if you want.
Hey, you know what? I respect Kaza for that. I respect him. That's the way it's got to be. That's the way he should be, man. You know what? If you don't like me, whatever.
You know, it's not a big deal.
That.
And obviously, a lot of people in the comment section and stuff are kind of egging him on to do this because, again, they just dislike us for some reason. And well, obviously, these people are very annoyed by this video because obviously it's an apology to Saint Tontas and also me. So they're not very happy that he's actually, you know, kind of conceding for once and that their content creator isn't fighting back against us, which again, I think is totally stupid. I do think, you know, it is the right move to apologize and just kind of move on and kind of create, you know, some actual good content for Wuthering Waves rather than attacking some other content creators for absolutely no reason, because again, I don't think that was a big reason behind this all. I think that Saint Tontas was definitely pointing out some really big issues going on with the community and just the overall, you know, Sensor Tower report, which again was something that I even thought was a big...
I agree. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I also do think as well, my personal opinion, I like Saint Tontas' content, and I think he seems like a chill dude, right? Say that. But I also believe if Wuthering Waves is sitting at the top of the revenue chart, there would have been videos made about how Wuthering Waves ruined revenue and they're killing it and look how great they are and this is just amazing. Everybody take note. You know, the shit's changing. New players in the game. I do. I don't think we would have ever seen the Gacha, the Sensor Tower report is a scam. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I am wrong, and I'll accept that. I just think that, and it doesn't mean that I think that Saint's a bad person. I get it. He's on the grind, man. He's making content. He's smart about it, and I don't judge him at all for that. I genuinely don't judge him at all for that. This is not me. Like, I haven't got any personal issues with 99.9% of content creators unless they're just like freaks. because I get it. I understand content.
problem and covered myself. And I think that just calling him out and saying that he's, you know, incorrect and that he's like the worst human on earth for doing so, I just don't think that's very good and very good for the community either, especially if you're trying to get into it. Obviously you can disagree with him and be like, okay, let's just talk about this logically and go through it, but he does seem a bit heated, especially if you go to his live stream as well, where he actually covered this. You know, V actually went through it on his stream. I don't know if you upload a video, but again, Foxhole has taken down that live
Oh, is that who I heard Fox talking about the other day? Okay.
stream. He was heated for most of it, kind of talking about Saint Tontas specifically, saying, you know, oh, I hate him, you know, he's spreading all this stuff, you know, he's horrible, and he's pretty much going after him non-stop, which is absolutely...
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not going after him non-stop. I've got to defend Fox here, man. You know, that's just not true. I know he's mentioned him a few times in streams, but like he's not going after him non-stop. Most of his videos have nothing to do with that sort of stuff. He's mentioned stuff with the community and stuff sometimes, but he's not going on about him non-stop. Maybe in that video, if that's what he's saying, then okay.
Insane. So I don't know how Saint Tontas is going to reply to this, if he does at all, because it seems like he's not very interested in this at all. But again, I do think this is a very, very funny situation, and it was just something that I just wanted to talk about in the Wuthering Waves community that was going on to keep me...
I'll be honest, it would be silly for Saint to respond to it, because it doesn't matter. The same way Fox shouldn't have responded to that video that was made on him, because it doesn't matter. And especially for somebody like Saint's an up-and-coming content creator. He's growing, he's doing good stuff, like he is, you know. As I said, I've took umbrage, so we say, with some of his content, but that doesn't mean I don't respect him as a content creator and as a person and as somebody who's making good stuff. And he's obviously got the eye of Kuro because he won a prize from them. It would be silly for him to start getting involved in you know, like PvP within the community. It wouldn't be good for his brand.
You guys kind of updated, but yeah, overall I do think the revenue report is, you know, misleading a lot of people whenever it comes to these estimates and stuff, but I don't think it's the end of the world or anything like that. I do think that it's still a kind of fun thing for people to engage in.
I agree with that.
People should just, you know, stop attacking other people in the community just for having, you know, a little bit of information about a Gacha revenue chart, which again is completely valid and real.
Sorry about these. I didn't want to be in the game earlier in these, but this video, as soon as I saw that thumbnail, I was like, I've got to watch this.
So yeah, let me know down in the comments what you guys think about this. Do you think that this situation is just getting stupid and out of hand? And do you think that the Sensor Tower report is a scam?
I also don't think this video was necessary, but at the same time, I'm not Kaza. You know, I know he apologized to Kaza, but I don't think he really referenced Kaza in the video prior to that. I think he has mentioned Kaza before, but just because you've said something about another content creator, you don't have to apologize to them. I guess that's why he's making this video, because his name was mentioned in an apology, but other than trying to sidle up to Saint, I don't understand the reason for this video, to be fair, but drama gets clicks.
Or, you know, misleading or anything, or do you think that it's actually not so bad? Because again, I do think it is misleading, but again, I don't think you need to be making a live stream and 2 million videos about defending it or something like that against Saint Tontas, because again, no one really cares. It's not the end of the world.
See, that's the problem, I think, because he deleted a bunch of his videos and live streams. People are going to think that, and that'll be the story that people go with. That's why I don't think he should have deleted all those live streams, because if you watch his live streams, which I haven't watched all of them, I've lurked in a couple when I've been at the gym. From what I've seen, he's not spending all his time doing that, you know? He's usually just talking about Wuthering Waves for the most part.
Just move on and just create other Wuthering Waves content. It's really not that hard. But again, if you guys did enjoy this video, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. As I said, go to my Twitch. I'm going to be live there very, very soon. Sorry, I'm a little bit ill at the moment, so if I do sound a little bit different, that's just because I'm getting over it. I do feel a lot better now. It's just like my nose is so messed up, so I do sound different. But yeah, definitely go over there, give me a follow, and that'll be down in the pinned comment down below. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. That's all.
I was just curious about that. I'd seen the thumbnail. I was like, I've got to look, because like I said, I like Fox, and I've spoke to him in his stream, and I was in his stream the other day chatting to him, like I was telling, because like, he seemed like he was getting a bit bothered by it all, which I don't understand why. He should just fucking ignored it, I think, if I'm honest. I feel like most CCs nowadays are drama farming. They make more of those videos rather than the actual gameplay guides and upcoming. Yeah, true. Like, I can't separate myself from that, because I react to content. Like, the videos are, you know, recently I have been reacting more in my streams because it's helping me make videos for my channel. And at the end of the day, they bring me more revenue than my streams do. But I am I've had this channel now for 12 years, you know, and 99.9% of the content on this channel has always been gaming, you know, always been gaming. But I do react to content, so I can, you know, I guess in a sense, I'm part of the problem. I react to people talking about stuff. I like to, if I had my way, I'd be just reacting to stuff from the games all the time because that's what I'm interested in. But just sometimes like this, like, you know, I can't help myself, be like, what's going on over there then? What are they shouting about? You know, when you see a couple arguing, you're like, oh God, you know, so I wouldn't want that to be me, but fucking hell, this is kind of funny. You know? It's going to sound crazy if you become famous because of drama farming. You have to keep drama farming in order to stay relevant. True. And you're always going to have toxicity around you, which for me, it's not, I wouldn't want it. Like, don't get me wrong. I've got a small channel now. I had a point where, you know, I had hundreds of people watching me on YouTube on a regular basis. Like, I had a big channel. It got to me a bit, man. I couldn't deal with it because it was like, I was in a point I grew massively on GTA. And I felt like I had to play GTA and Fortnite every day. And if I didn't, I was like missing out on money. And it made me hate playing games for a while. And I kind of just stopped doing YouTube and content. And I stopped playing games for about 9 months for the most part. I was just doing other stuff. Because like, it made me have a dislike for them because like I got trapped in that rat race. That's why now I just play what I fucking want. And if I get views, I get views. If I don't, I don't, kind of thing. There's plenty of reasons Saint manipulated the info in that to benefit his point. What happened with Fox was a slow ball accumulation of BS. We were glazing vids saying put out. Yeah, I think it was just like, because I think Fox is a passionate dude, isn't he? I think that's what it is. You know what I mean? Because I said that before when we watched one of his videos before. I think he gets lost in the sauce sometimes, but everybody does at some point. You know what I mean? That's why I spent 3 hours talking to Fox in Discord VC. That's good then. Literally evil pixel. Me. All the CCs are dogpiling Fox for drama clicks is pathetic and weak. Yeah, I don't know why this video needed to be made, if I'm honest. But I'm not gonna hate on it. I get it. I understand the game, but like, I don't know why this didn't need to be made. I think the fact that he put out an apology video without needing to should be enough for most content creators to be like, you know what? I caught a stray. I'm gonna ignore it. You know what I mean? Because Kazza didn't even catch a stray. All that other dude he was on about. I don't know who that other dude was with the Super Saiyan type profile picture. Like McTrash video why PGI is a dead game after you skip everything to McTrash. You're talking about MTashed. Who's McTrash? Is that an actual content creator? I don't know who that is. I think shitting on other CC should stop, and I agree that it's pathetic. Yeah, there's no need for it, you know what I mean? Like, the only time you'll ever see me, you probably won't see me making videos on a content creator to shit on them. You might see me make content rebutting an opinion or a statement made by somebody, you know? Or you might find me sometimes having light-hearted jabs, but you won't find me going after the person, you know? I will sometimes question people's arguments, but it's not really my content, you know, unless it's something that really irks me. And even then, when I say it really irks me, in the grand scheme of life, I'm not bothered because it's YouTube at the end of the day. That's why you shouldn't get lost in the source, man. It's just YouTube. You know, you might go outside after getting really angry on a video and get run over by a bus. You know, when you wake up from your coma that you've been in for fucking 3 years, you're going to be like, oh, I'm still mad about that, you know, or the fact that you've only got 1 foot. I don't know, that was a terrible analogy, but you know what I mean. If they would like to educate CCs, they could either send a DM or something instead of making videos. That's fair. Is she going to pull me out of retirement? For fuck's sake, the entire community needs to be put on blast over their immature BS. Do it. Yatta and Cinderella ass God tier. Have a good mentor. Honestly, I really hope you get big pixel over your streams because of your genuine takes and the way you connect with your community. It makes us feel, oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's why, like, I used to make videos like that. When I first started YouTube, I started just uploading videos, like gameplay videos here and there. I did, like, COD commentaries back in the day. And then, like, I started streaming. And when I first started streaming and people started watching, I just enjoyed it because, like, obviously, videos are good to just create an opinion in a bit more of a bite-sized way, kind of thing, and views, of course. But like, I like streaming because like I can interact with you guys on the fly. You know what I mean? And I like that because like I bounce off people. This is why I kind of like enjoy doing react content because like I can bounce off that information on the instant, and then it makes me come up with all the different ideas in my head of what I think about it. Because I struggle to just sit down there and do script type content and come up with ideas. I just can't do it, you know what I mean? My brain just doesn't work like that. So that's why I think I like live streaming, because I could just chat with you guys and then you lot will say something. I'm like, oh, actually, ooh. And, you know, and then I'll start yapping for 10 minutes instead of playing the video game like I've been again, because it's getting on for 4 o'clock. Blame Kaz out. That's Kaz's fault. I would have been on the game like 20 minutes ago. My bad, guys. I do apologise. Honestly, I was supposed to be on the game by now. Sorry. I apologise. I will make a video. I do apologise in my 4-hour streams for talking shit for 3.5 hours and then playing the game for 15 minutes. I'm sorry, and then the other 15 minutes I'm off camera. I must admit though, man, like, you know, when it comes to the views, as soon as I start playing games, people fuck off. It's like, you know, you guys seem to enjoy it anyway, so, you know. You not entertained? But no, I need to get, I've got so many games I've got to get through in the minute, so I need to, what I need to do is maybe I need to have a stream a week where we just yap. You know, it's just pure yap, and then I'll get the content for the rest of the week. That'd be the super efficient, lazy way to go about it, wouldn't it, really? You know? It's like, mate, I've got all my content in one day. Let's go. Then I can play video games for the rest of the week. And then maybe just hit up, like, timed content that's like, you know, oh, something new come out about the game, let's speak about it kind of thing. I need to do some resource stages, actually. Let's go pat some chibis on the head. True streaming, enjoy their job, even only one people watching. I can't do that, I'll be awkward as fuck. What, actually, like, streaming? Yeah, I've been there, man. You know, recently as well, I have plenty of streams that drop center, like, there's nobody watching. I've always said, like, to people, because, like I said, I've had a stream where there's one person watching. I've had a stream on Twitch where there's 6,900 people watching, you know what I mean? And I've been playing Valorant. That's way more awkward for me. I'm playing Valorant and there's 7,000 people watching, and I start to choke. It's like, yeah, this is super awkward. I'd rather just have one person watching then. I think people crave for authenticity instead of scripted content. That's why reaction videos are popular. I think that's true, yeah. I think that's true. You know, one of the people who I tend to watch on a regular basis from, like, the Twitch ecosystem is probably Asmongold. I haven't watched him for a bit, actually. But yeah, you know, I like to see people just, like, I think that's one thing about live streams as well, is that, especially if somebody streams for a long period of time. Now, you can never understand a person ever, you know, until you really know them. And even then, the closest people to you, you might never know. But, like, I feel when you're watching a stream and you're there for a while, you can get a little bit more of an idea of what somebody's about, can't you? Where you just don't get that on a 10-minute video. Somebody might seem nice as pie when they make the videos, and they're really an arsehole. But at least when you're streaming for a long period of time, it's a little bit more, I guess, kind of real in a way. Especially for a long period of time, because you can't stream daily for hours on end and not make slip-ups and people start to be like, oh, okay, I see what you're about. You're a bit of a wanker, aren't you? Yeah. Which, don't get me wrong, I am a wanker. But not like an evil wanker, you know? Like a geezer wanker. He's alright, he's a bit of a toss spot, but he's alright, actually. You know, I don't mind him. Time for some gaming. Yeah, it is 3:45 though. Just saying. We are gaming now. We're gaming. Yeah, I think, Leah, that's why I think there's a lot of PvP in the gacha space, because content dries out and people just start fighting over shit. Welcome to the stream as well, Valentina, sorry. There's some weird input delay there. No, just that sometimes my shift like on the It was a placebo then. I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 1.4. I'm really looking forward to 1.4. I think 1.4 I'm the most excited about since 1.1. 1.2, we kind of just knew what 1.2 was all about, didn't we? You know, we knew what it was about. 1.3, I was semi-excited because of the Black Shores and Shorekeeper. But then when I actually saw the events, I was like, oh I don't know. If you look back on my channel, I made videos about that. And I had quite a few people saying, "What, bro? Games just come out." I was just like, "Yeah, I'll help you." But yeah, I'm excited. I am excited now because the events and obviously the main event definitely looking a lot brighter. I have to go for 6 to get that. Yeah. I missed your comment. What was you saying? How about 3 days of pure gameplay, 1 day of pure yap and reactions, and 1 day for a podcast? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd like be good at doing a podcast though. Like, I don't know. I could try it maybe. I just don't know if I'd be very good at doing a podcast. Yeah, I might try that. Like, not remove the reactions entirely from every stream, but like maybe just have 1 video at the start, maybe 2, so we spend like 20 minutes doing that and then we're just into games, and then like having 1 day and then see if that starts to work and I can get some content, then we can start doing that, because I would like to do that. There will be sort of content, you know, obviously Wuthering Waves dropped some info, I'll react to it that day, because obviously, you know, it's just commenced. I ain't gonna like wait till the next week to watch the kind of thing. Yeah, 1.4 looks good. Yeah, I agree, yeah. I think they've definitely listened in regards to that people are talking about, because it seems like the new main event definitely seems like kind of like a sister thing to the Elusive Realm, doesn't it? I don't know, we don't know where it's going to play actually, but I'm getting that vibe. So, it definitely seems like they've been listening to that, because a lot of people, I think, well, not majority, I can't speak for everybody, anecdotally from what I've seen, most people seem to really want to see more of what the Elusive Realm gives us, don't they? You know, I've had the comments on some of my videos where Elusive Realm's trash, man. It's for people who ain't got no skill because it's super easy. It's alright, bro. Don't get mad at us just because your mum didn't like it. Come on. See then, like, again then, I was holding shit to do my charge then, and it wasn't registering it. I don't know if it's because maybe there's like an input stack happening or something. And I need to like, I have to click it again kind of thing. Yeah, you know what? I believe that 100% as well, Nico, in regard to that. Because I've said this multiple times. You know, Wuthering Waves isn't a perfect game. This isn't a perfect game. No game's perfect. Or why I like to be honest about Kuro, but I also will glaze Kuro when I feel like they deserve it, is because Kuro are good actors in this space. And in gaming, and in a lot of things nowadays, we've got plenty of bad actors. And I feel like Kuro genuinely want to make, it's like a passion project. Of course they want to make money, but you can just tell by the way they go about things that they want to make something that's not only something they enjoy making, that they want people to enjoy it and to make something good. And, you know, that's kind of a rare thing nowadays, isn't it? You know, especially in the AAA industry, when it's all about revenue, it's all about returns, it's all about the board. To have a company that's like, you know, obviously we want to make money, but we really want to make something that people like here. It's nice to see. It is. I got a lot of respect for Kuro in that regard. Give me that, bro. Give me that. Your free stuff. I'm like deciding, do I pull on Watanabe? Do I? Shall I? I don't know. Who do I run with my team? I kind of want to keep Crimson Weave in my team. Who's a good synergy to run with that? What's this thing here as well? Boss Challenge Firestorm Crucible. Relax Circuit Connect. Welcome to Circuit Connect. Twisted Constellations. Ping orbs to deal damage to the boss. The more you ping, the higher your score. So you don't have to worry about basics or something. Would you like basics to build your pings? Choose a boss and enter the battle preparations. Let's have a look at this, whatever it is. I'm probably going to get battered. Tap to view the corresponding boss detail. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is this... What the fuck is this? Is that beat 'em up? Tap to view the corresponding boss details. You can choose appropriate strategies based on the boss features. Tap to switch characters to change the character in battle. Here you can check the different skill effects of characters. Dissolve all the orbs on the board with 200% damage. All pings during this skill deal 150% ice damage. Full turn cooldown. Additionally, deals 120% ice damage when attacking a boss weak to ice. Okay. Enter the next stage of step of battle preparations. Each character can equip 3 secondary skills. Earn signal diffuser by completing daily missions to purchase more secondary skills from the event shop. More details, please check the image. Well, the fuck is this button? Tap 2 adjacent signal orbs to swap them. Signal orbs will be cleared when 3 or more orbs of the same colour are in a... Oh, okay. I'm literally clicking under the mouse, yeah. Oh shit. The combo from clearing signal orbs is converted into finishing move energy. You can activate the character's finishing move after accumulating enough finishing move energy. It will enter cooldown upon activation. You can view the buff effects of the boss and count down until the next skill. The boss will cast here. Pay attention to here. The round ends when the number of remaining moves is 0. Right. Oh, wait. Okay, I think I get it. Okay. Yo, this is kind of sick. It's kind of sick. It's a bit like fucking Candy Crush sort of thing, yeah. So this is the sort of stuff I was saying that Wua needs, these kind of abstract modes where it's like, okay, I'm not playing PGR right now. I'm playing fucking, you know, a Candy Crush knockoff. So if I put that there and then I put that there, I've got a format. Oh shit, no, I fucked up. Oh, combo! Combo! Why are these glowing? What does this mean? Oh, big boy damage, big boy damage. Oh, look at that. Yo, fuck you, bro. Smirking. What do we do now? What do we do? What do we do? Oh, we're messing him up, I think. Holy shit! Combo! 38/12. Oh shit, fuck. Oh, we get... Oh, okay, yeah. We need to get these together, don't we? Ah, okay, I'll see. Oh, it's gone now. It's gone now. On girls who have a Candy Crush event on current patch. Oh, do they? Wait for the mini game called Babble Tower. Mini games mentioned. My ears are pricked up. Dude, I usually never give a shit about giving feedbacks to games because I do what they want. But with Kuro, I've carefully thought about every... Yeah, that's a great thing as well. You know what I mean? End of the day, that's why it's more important to be critical with games that listen. And games you like as well. Because you're more likely to get some sort of change, aren't you? What, can I fuck him up again? Oh shit, we want to put these together, yeah? Yeah, bro. Big moves! Big moves! What that? What? Tap the board to cast his skill and dissolve all the orbs on the board with 200% damage. Look at that one. Oh! You're too good, guys, man. Shit, what did I for? Meant to do that. Gotta give him a chance, you know? Gotta give him a chance. SS plus damage points at 48k. 480k, sorry. Highest combo 28s. Okay. What's going to go on to available in 15 hours? Oh, it's Neil's favourite thing. What are these? Signal diffuser. Looks like a little router. Okay. You've been repping Cal in the companion quest, I like it. I mean, in the survey, sorry. Dear what about Calcharo? Why do you hate him? We need a companion quest for him. I want to know what made him leave the Gold Sounds and why he joined us, please. So you need to come in pretending to be like a little girl, and that Calcharo reminds you of your dad, who's got lost long ago at sea. And I would really like to, you know, have a companion quest that reminds me of my daddy. Please, Kuro, please. It's almost Christmas, please. You know, pull at the heartstrings kind of thing. Yeah, this is all 300 orbs in Circuit Connect. Oh, we're nearly there, boys. Man, we're 3 off. Are you kidding me? Oh, shit. Well, we've got to do that again, ain't we? Because we're, like, so close. So we might as well do it again. Can I get any new stuff? Hey, Valentina, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate ya. Yo, yeah, let's go. I can't get any no skills. Please purchase in the shop. Oh, can I buy it? Oh, cool. Target enhancements. Okay, so I can buy 2 of these and 1 of these. Same colour dissolution. What's that then? Dissolves all orbs of a designated colour 7-turn cooldown. Ooh, that's kind of sick. I don't know if to wait to get that. Changes the colour of a type of orb 8-turn cooldown. I think I'm going to wait and get that same colour dissolution. That sounds kind of sick. Alright, let's go. Tag team, tag team, tag team, tag team. Oh, we're doing too much. We're doing too much, chat. We're doing too much. Oh, that was a big one. That was a big one. That was big. Shit. Nice. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. Well, I'm getting so excited to have a Candy Crush mode. Hey, I've just been thirsty for mini games, guys. All right, don't hate. Probably people are watching like, dude, this is shit. I need it, man. I need it in Wua. Oh, combo. I don't think it matters where we pass that, does it? Hey, oh, my highest combo was trash. We were just powered through him though, didn't we? That's right. Didn't even get a chance to combo. That boss looks really cool, man. These are cool designs, these are. Look at these. That looks sick. Can we have a look at him? Fu Shen. Lilith. I've heard people talking about it. I'm pretty sure of. She a character you can get. His Fenrir looks sick as well. These look sick. Oh, we gotta come on this. Shop, that's what I want. Have I got it? Here we go. I want that same colour. What's it? What are these as well? Clear row and column. Select an orb and dissolve all the orbs in a row and the column selected orbs belong to. Select an orb and dissolve all the orbs in the row and column the selected orb belongs to. Okay, I get that. Ooh. What do we do then? Do we go with the same colour dissolution or do we go with a clear the row? Sounds kind of good. Jackpot! Santa skin Changli, let's go. Back in 22 we got an Xmas tree, great sword skin for come. Oh, nice. I like the idea of that. I skipped Shorekeeper and our Boiji and Verena. You don't even use Verena. Re-rolled as he came from and then left her in the dust. Disgusting. Shorekeeper would suffice. So usually run Shorekeeper with Changli. Yeah, duo quick swap is amazing. Yeah, I like Shorekeeper. For somebody who hasn't like min-maxed my let me get this one. Min-maxed my whatchamacallits, my echoes. She's really useful. So like, what do? So if I go into that, then I go into that, and then I can put that in there. Ah, okay, cool. All right, we got that equipped now then. Kind of want to give it a go though. Like, let's see how it works. Actually, yeah, I'm curious to see how it works. Oh, okay, so we can trigger it like that. Oh, okay. Oh shit, bro. Can I just click that when I want? Oh, yo, that's sick. Okay. The combos are unreal, man. Oh. Big combos. Alright, cool. Okay, I like that one. I like that. Oh, that's kind of cool. Little thing. Silly. It's little. It's nice. I like it. I'm here for it. Big W, Kuro. Thank you to mind your own business, sir. I'm saving Arena for the big power team. Lilith's going to be playable, but you can fight with these bosses in Silic. Okay, alright, sweet. Verena is still amazing now. She has fast concerto fill up from the get-go. Verena over Shorekeeper for overall farming and quick swap teams. Yeah, she's great for quick swapping. She's just great for just straight up just banging that healing out quick time as well, isn't she? Like, Shorekeeper's really... she's a great healer, obviously, when you're ult spots as well. I see her as secondary. Her job is healing for me. It's more about the buffs. But once you pop your ult, you're doing both anyway, aren't you? Really well. So, like, especially when you got her at C2 and you get the outer stellar realm, you get the 40% attack, you're getting your crit buff, you're getting your heals. It's just like, you know? Hey, Stutzer, how's it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. My team, Verena, Encore, Jianxi. I'm a number 21 main, so Encore really fits my hand. I need to level up Encore, actually. Like, I don't really have a main team. Like, for the longest point, if I had to say who was my main, it'd be Verena. My team kind of rotated around her. Now I've got Shorekeeper. I've benched Verena a little bit. But Jianxi and Shorekeeper are my main saves at the moment. Got the hiccups. And I kind of just switch in somebody else for fun. You know, sometimes it might be Yinlin. Sometimes I might do the double dragon with Jian and go double DPS. Sometimes it might be Chang-Li. You know? And then sometimes I might just rock Jian, Mornifi, and Shorekeeper. Or sometimes just fucking just run 3 DPSs. You know, chuck Chang-Li in there as well and get Shorekeeper out. Yeah, Baiji is really good for that, yeah. Again, for me, I think it's just... I like Baiji, I just find it cumbersome. Vanguard and the Tranches goal, yeah, the music in this game's top of fire. Just have to build it like a tank. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I see the benefits to that. I think it's just actually play. It's like, yeah, I get it. Just don't enjoy using him, you know what I mean? I need to do some memory farming, actually. Character troll Forsaken Ordeals, coating troll Dazzler. Alright, let's do a little bit of the story then, shall we? Well, we can, because, to get off in a bit. See where we're at, yeah? Shout out to everybody who's been watching tonight, though, guys. I do appreciate you hanging out. I've enjoyed today's stream. Mission reports. Are we back on Babylonia? Here, are we? I've successfully retreated from those ruins, but I could never have guessed something like that was left for me. Chrome, too. He knows full well I'm not familiar with these things. Let me think about the place to start writing about. About the place to start writing about. Even if I slack off a little, it's going to be fine, right? I found a small portion of Tembrion on the upper floors of the ruins, making me certain of its existence. Are we going to find out how this happened? So I went down and there I saw the peppery girl. Peppery girl. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, I think I just like the fast sort of, like, it's like Tauchi. It's my main issue with Tauchi. She's just like very, I don't want to say cumbersome is probably the wrong word to use, but very, let's get slow, I suppose. Yeah, but yeah, Yutan I do find super freaking awkward. I do. You stop right there. I was shocked to hear such a loud voice. Never thought she would catch up so quickly. And thanks to her, all the wandering corrupted came to us. The only thought I had was to never let them get me. Dude, she's sick, man. Oh shit. Hey, no fair, man. Already? Yo! Shikume. So again? I thought we was coming to talk, man. She just started beating up. Yeah, I can't use her, man. She just like, I'll be using other characters. It's just like dash, like everything's all quick, and then I move to her and it's just like, you know what I mean? I really like Janshin at the start of the game as well, but I think I fell out of enjoying her, considering I play all the other characters now. I just need to hold dodge button and she'll parry everything. I wanted to get away from her, but she kept coming after me. And it made her affected by Tembrion as well. Thankfully, her condition seems to have stabilised. I'll go see her when I have the time. Too sidetracked, I'll continue on with the actual reports. After that, I went deeper into the ruins. I advise to put CW in blue position since her 2-mode locker blue orbs so you can't activate the blue QTE. What for your heals like? In where that would be a cheat. Have you seen the rep transformation that's sound design in this game? No, I haven't. No. I found well-preserved facilities underneath the ruins. I tried my best to stay awake, but I knew I didn't have much time left. So I had to break away from the corrupted ASAP. Ishmael might be good for me then, because I am a dodge spammer. I just love that, like, I mean, what she's saying, it sounds cool and the stance is just epic. Yeah, like I say, this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna have like a week where we specifically focusing on PGR, so I can start to learn synergies with the teams, learn the mechanics, you know, really get like locked in on the memory side of things, like, because I'm playing so many games at the minute. Like, coming back onto this, I'm like, that muscle memory's not there with PGR at the minute. So like I find myself, I wouldn't say struggling, but you know, just don't find, I'm not playing how I should be, but like I say, I need to start learning all the core passives properly as well. Kind of have to keep checking when I jump on now, because I ain't memorised, I've only really memorised none, really. The group of corrupted move with a certain intention. Camus said that those corrupted were originally after me. Should have something to do with Roland. He's still trying to get me plugged into their Ascension network or something. I fought through the horde. My goal was clear from the start. Oh, is he telling him, oh, we're back in Babylonia? He's retelling them what happened. Okay. one after another. Aren't you tired at all? Why don't you just come all together? At least you can save some time. I must keep moving. No one can stop me. Shit. Maybe. Why is he playing different? Have I got a different version of him or something here? Oh, is he sick? Is he? Oh, is it a different version of him, or is it the sword, or what? I don't spam a little bit too much, man. I'll get slapped down, bro. Slick. What's going on, Rising Chat? This is a Kamui's Kitty's focused on yellow orb to counter attack. Ah, okay. Ishmael can be all elemental team, tank or support because she gets other elemental teammate elemental and takes a missing role. Oh yeah, I heard that actually. She can kind of like fill in a little bit. Yeah. I just realised I thought every character in PGR has those red and blue and yellow orbs. Well, the orb system is a part of, like, the game. They're all used in different ways, aren't they? I'm doing well, thank you. I don't remember how many battles I have gone through, how many corrupted I've defeated. I'd suggest trying PGR. I'll say with PGR, get past the initial bit of the game, the first, like, you know, where it's like showing you the game, the initial intro to the game. Especially if you've come off something like Wuthering Waves, because it'll be a bit jarring, because obviously it's an older game. It's definitely, you can tell, for mobile at the start. But give the combat system like a moment. Just try and get your head around at least the basics, like I have, because it's fire, man. It really is a good combat system. When I first saw it, when I first played it, I played it at the end of the stream, and I was like, I don't know if I like this. And then I give it a proper go, and like the combat in this game is really enjoyable. I don't remember how many battles I have gone through, how many corrupted I've defeated. I didn't see Roland though. That's probably quite lucky of me. Finally, I reached the bottom of the ruins. Can you believe this? Beneath the ruins, so deep underground, is another big and spacious space. Also needs to be high ranks as other element, /tank, depends on the unit. Okay. At the bottom of the ruins, I found a long and narrow corridor. Unlike the upper levels, the facilities there were kept very well, but I was exhausted from non-stop fighting. Those corrupted seemed to have noticed this too and launched an assault together. I might be naughty tonight and have a beer while I watch Man United. Go to lobby, character level, codex, weapon, echo, great sword, and select darkness. I just love that. I want that in Wuthering Waves. She needs to come to Wuthering Waves, man. If it's just for that power stance. Or give a character that power stance for an Easter egg, man.
髪がまとわりついていいか。勝利は俺たちのものだ。お前ら全て粉々にしてやるぜ。
Pinging horns when in this side stops that bar reducing, yeah. So you can keep in the state longer if you're pinging, yeah.
難所解決。
私もいけます。
お前ら全て粉々にしてやるぜ。
風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。
我が家。
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
In S rank, support element of 10% buff, tank 15% shred, except physical because that's not an element. Also, a ult makes 10k nihility damage. Or it's nihil, yeah. Nihil damage, whatever it is. I remember watching that in that video from, I think it was Radio, was he? So, like, what's shred then now? Is shred, does shred debuff an enemy, or does it increase crit or damage, or what's shred now exactly? What does shred specifically do? We did watch that video, but I forgot. I'm not gonna lie, I got terrible memory. Even though the endless fighting, the amount of corrupted didn't seem to even lower. But I felt it at the time. The thing I was after was in that facility. Imagine it all being broken down so your army can kill people. That's what shred does. I'm still struggling with it. I'm struggling to conceptualize. Well, I can conceptualize it, but not in that regard. What does it allow? Does it allow you, like, each element's tank shreds for it? So what does it do? Allow their DPS to go up on there? Let's Google. Let's Google. Okay, that's not great. I'll Google what is shred in PGR. Shred is an action in the game punishing Grey Raven. I was thinking, like, breaks armor? Is it kind of like a penetration or something then? Is it kind of like a pen sort of? Oh. Oh, I think I get it now. I think I get it. Okay. Yeah. I get it. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate ya. Almost there. Break through the corrupted defense and move onwards. More shred, more damage. Am I better fan? Oh, is it my fan name? Enemy damage buff reduce. Also tanks put the elemental weakness to the enemy. The number just keeps growing. Looks like you need my help. I know what you're planning. I'm not done yet. You bluff. I know full well about your body. I will never let the virus infect me. Oh, no, I got full hard. Oh, is it? So is it the bar? Oh, is it the yellow bar then? So in a sense, it's kind of like a pen or like I guess kind of like a stagger almost in a way. Not quite. But kind of does the same sort of thing in essence, I guess. You know when you stagger an enemy typically in a game and then you get like increased damage? But there's elemental specific ones. Okay. Alright. I think I'm starting to understand things now. Slowly. Bear with me. I am a
戦闘
smooth
なら俺
brain.
に任せてくれ
So I guess kind of sort of similar, I suppose. Not quite, but in the same sort of realm as like Stun in ZZZ in a way. Not exactly the same, but you know what I mean? Like, in theory, in premise. Oh shit. What's going on here?
楽勝解決
That's a big ass razor blade, man. A tank also depletes yellow bar and also penetrates the armor. Right, okay. Right, I think I'm getting it now, yeah. Slowly. It's coming to me. Cromwell CW and looks to make bigger damage. Right, okay. When you deplete the yellow bar, it's like a stunning ZZZ. Right, okay. Right, thank you. Yeah, so this is a problem sometimes. You know, when you stream and you start a new game on stream. And obviously with gacha games, you've got all the convoluted bullshit with like, you know, where do I get my mats? What's this currency do? What's this mat do? How do I apply this? And then you've got the game itself. When I'm streaming, I struggle to like take it all in. Like it just becomes a little bit overwhelming because obviously I'm trying to stream. I'm thinking about the stream while I'm playing the game. I'm trying to chat to you guys as well. And like, I am a man like that. I can only do one thing at once. So like, I need so much information gets in. And then sometimes I'll look back and I'll be like, dude, I've been playing this game for 4 hours and I really don't understand a basic mechanic, you know? It's the same element teams bet right. Okay. Makes sense. And I did so, cleaving open the path and finally entered the facility beneath the ruins. Everything was well kept inside and it feels technologically advanced. And if I found the Tenebrion I was looking for in large amounts. What's the Tenebrion then? Only there was another problem I still had. I like, come on. And Lee, and Liv actually. Liv's goated. Oh shit, we're fighting this dude. After getting rid of all the annoying corrupted, Camus launched his final attack too. He was far more powerful than me. I knew about that all too well. But I had my reasons to fight. Of course, I would not fall so easily, because I must be myself. Oh shit, what am I doing? I wasn't paying attention. I was not paying attention to my health then. I got bodied. I kind of want to restart. I don't want to lose somebody. So I'll get full stars, will I? Oh shit. He's not one of them. Shit. Is he? Yeah, it is, yeah. Okay. I won't get the 3-star if one gets dropped. Oh, okay. That's why I joined the Discord before I start playing to avoid making new mistakes I regret later. That's fair. You see, I can't do it, you know what I mean? I can't do it. I remember when this boss was so OP in the first days of PGR. Nah, I just wasn't paying attention then, man. I was just spamming and not paying attention. It's kind of weird since Lunar Oblivion changed all elemental shred to Nihil. What the fuck? How did I get one tapped? Hold up. I ain't fucking having that, bro. I ain't having that. What the hell? That second attack like took like, I'd lost like 10% on that, but that second attack murdered me. What the fucking hell's going on there? Jeez. Alright, bro. Stop bullying me. Can I level up at all? I didn't mean to do that. I want to try and do this because I've got like a few minutes left before I go around the stream, and I want to try and do this before we get off. Nah, I can't, can I? I need to try and get a level 6-star weapon or whatever it's called. Can I get cubs for these guys as well now? How do I get cubs as well? How do I get extra cubs? All right, we'll have one last goal because I've got to get off in a second, guys. I've got to go and get Rosie from work. So let's try and not get murdered this time, shall we? Just try not to get murdered. The first attack's AoE. Yeah, I saw that ring pop out. Oh yeah, no, I was just wondering how I get more of the cubs. I thought I was out of the range of that there. Shit, they just get fucked. Well, this is no joke. Alright, okay, alright. I'll clear it, but I ain't having a 2-star. I need 3-star. Yeah. Okay, alright, I guess everybody's getting murdered. What the fuck? I was like, alright then, I'll let one die, I'll just clear it. Okay, I guess not. Who's like, everybody gets one, you get a 1-tap, you get a 1-tap. Oh shit. You can farm some through normal war. Right, okay, thank you. PGR community do love to help. Yeah, that's right. When I'm starting a new game, I love it. Like, one thing I don't like it when people backseat game, but I don't think anybody does. But I love people giving me some. Oh, dude, try this. Actually, what you should do, try this out. You missed something there. Like, I'm all down for that. With the help of the Grey Ravens, I successfully defeated Camus. I defeated Camus. I'll take out the successfully. Right, let's not pretend we didn't get battered a little bit there. I understood his purpose of existence as well as mine. Deep within Camus' memories trickled words of unbeknownst to others. Although we disagreed and fought a lot, we also helped each other. You will continue onwards to realise your ideals and your beliefs, and I will return to you bearing your joy, your wrath. I will watch over you always. Oh, that was good enough. I guess having a nagging idiot around sometimes isn't such a bad thing. Good night, another me. Alright, we've got to clear that. We'll have to do that another time, though, because I ain't got time, chat. I ain't got time. Oh, let's see what he's got to say. Spent too much time yapping today. That video that Kazana caught me off guard. I wanted to watch that. I want to talk to you about the Grey Ravens' recent performance. Not great. Come on, like, you know, not great. Your recent performance has been exemplary. And you have earned the medal of Ace Commandant. I don't know if I deserve that. With achievement also comes expectation. I look forward to your next victory. I've sent you the certification link. Go ahead and claim your medal. All right, cool. What do I get? Capture claim. Ace Commandant medal. Okay, cool. Guess I'll equip it. Thank you. Thank you for the medal. Appreciate it. Let's pretend nobody saw what happened in that fight. Okay. Alright. Didn't happen. Cleared it. First time. Nobody died. Alright? It's a figment of your imagination. Yeah. Guys, I am going to... very soon... I don't know whether it's going to be before 1.4 on Wuthering Waves or just after it. We're going to have like a week where like we focus specifically on PGR. There'll be other games, but like that'll be 90% of the streams because I really want to get into the game. I want to get through some of the story. I want to start getting, you know, learning more about the game, getting a feel for it, getting more of the characters, starting to learn how to, you know, build the teams together and all that sort of stuff because I really do like the game actually. But yeah, I won't be back later this evening because I'm going to be watching the football. I'll be back tomorrow. So tomorrow daytime, the plan is to play some Zenless Zone 0 because I haven't got round to trying any of the new content yet. I'm still stuck on 1.2. So we're going to do that, and I do want to try and get Yanagi as well. We're going to do that in the day, and then I do plan to come back in the evening tomorrow because it being Friday, and we're going to play some Nikkei. All right? So it'll be my first time playing Nikkei. Well, I've played it on phone for about 10 minutes besides. My first time, basically. So I'm going to play Nikkei for the first time. Over the weekend, we're going to play some Aether and some more PGR. Obviously, 1.4 is coming for Wuthering Waves. We're going to be covering that. So expect to see lots of that. And then, yeah, probably after 1.4, we'll have like a week where we just grind PGR. All right, guys. So I appreciate you hanging out, man. It's been an absolute blast. I've really enjoyed today's stream, man. You guys have made it even more enjoyable. Buzzies went on strike, so I had to walk 2 hours back and forth. Jeez, man. That sucks, Apple. I'm glad you're home safe, though. That's the main thing. Alright, no worries. Catch you later, guys. Thank you very much for hanging out, man. If I don't see you tomorrow, have an amazing weekend. Alright, guys. And enjoy yourself. And as always, stay safe. I'll catch you all later. Alright, ta-ra. Check out my latest video as well. Quick plug. Gotta do it. Bye.